Yeah,
Hey, Darrell.
All right, so I'm going to take these handcuffs off as long as, are you cool with that, Detective Garza?
Yep.
Spread your feet apart for me, sir. Thank you. When this comes off your left hand, put it on top of your head for me, okay?
No problem, no problem.
All right, thank you, sir. Top of your head. Same thing with this one. Oh, face that way, face that way.
It's the shoulder.
So nice and easy on you. There you go. All right, all yours.
Oh, you can drop your hands now, man. Thanks, appreciate it.
Holy shit.
Oh. 1 second.
Am I looking at something serious, man?
No, like I said, Jay's coming through, and we're, like I said, we have answers for you, so that it won't be as silly as yesterday. It was just an incredibly busy day.
I know. Just, come on, Ben. You've been straight up with me the whole time, man. Am I looking at something serious, man?
We're gonna talk about it here. I don't know what your definition of serious is. You know what I mean? Like, you've been through the system before.
Yeah, cause I'm like, I haven't talked to anybody. I haven't been able to make one call, get any Tylenol from my, I haven't slept.
Sorry about that. Tylenol, that can just be their procedure and protocol or whatever, so. Yeah. All right, I'll be right back.
How's it? You okay?
No.
No!
It hurts bad.
Your shoulder?
Bad.
Well, it's gonna be sore, man.
Yeah.
But at least you know nothing's broken, right?
Yeah.
That's good.
So they say.
Well, they know what
Definitely
they're
might
doing
be
up
torn, though.
They know what they're doing up there. Did you sleep okay?
No.
Sleep all right? Better than if you had a bunch of other people around you, though?
Better than that, but no. My shoulder hurts too bad right now.
Sure. They got you some McDonald's, I see?
Yeah, I couldn't really eat it, man.
What'd they get you?
Fish sandwich.
What'd they get you for breakfast?
Some type of little sandwich. I didn't even eat it, though.
Okay. All right, what'd you eat last night?
Nothing.
Nothing? I know they got you something, didn't
I
they?
mean, some from Quick Trips and chips, and so I didn't even eat it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know you said you hadn't eaten since like Saturday, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
I tried to, but
just kind of because you're unsure of all what was happening.
Unsure, the pain. I don't
Yeah.
know. I'm like, what in the hell?
But you got something in your system now, so that you're not so.
Just a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
I'm glad. That's something. I know the shoulder's struggling.
Bad.
Shoulders worse than the knees.
Absolutely. I know something is wrong. I know something is wrong.
I just need to verify some more of the personal information. Can you bear with me and do that, Darrell? Do you mind that? Some of the...
I just want to know what is going on.
I'm going to tell you. But I got more to tell you than I did last night, so that might help you out. It took me a while to get... It's, your girl's crazy, right? Yeah. So we'll get to that. But can you spell your first name again for me?
Darrell. So y'all talk to her?
Yeah, we'll talk
I did
about
not,
it.
but
Yeah.
someone did. Darrell, what's your middle
That
name?
girl is a nutcase. That's my daughter's mama, though. I love her.
Gotcha.
I love her to death, man.
We all got somebody.
What's your middle name, Darrell?
Edward.
Edward.
Yeah. I'm getting
Brooks?
I'm sorry, man. It hurts so bad. I'm getting teary-eyed. Like, seriously, I know something is wrong.
Brooks, right?
Yes, sir.
Junior?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What's your date of birth, Darrell?
2/21/82.
So you're 39.
Yes, sir.
Remind me, what's your home at 40?
4014 North 19th Street.
Okay.
Oh, my God. And then I had to, because that light doesn't go off in there, or even dim, so I was trying to, like...
Didn't even dim?
It didn't even dim, so usually my comfortable side to sleep on is my left side where my shoulder, so when I turned over there, I was just like, oh my God. It came in there, it was like, are you okay? I was like, no.
Yeah, you married, Darrell?
No.
No? Okay.
Supposedly supposed to be.
What's your phone number again?
414? Shit. 339-5677.
Well, what's the 610 number you gave me last night?
That is my direct number.
What's your direct number?
610-2153. Sorry.
610-2...
2153.
2153. That's your direct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're not married. What's your girlfriend's name?
Erica Patterson.
And she's your baby mama?
Yes.
How many total kids do you have?
I have 3.
3 kids?
Yes.
And you were born, was it Milwaukee?
Detroit.
Detroit.
Yes.
So born in Detroit, live in Milwaukee.
Yes, sir.
Last grade you completed, what was that again?
12th.
And are you working right now?
No, not currently.
Okay. How long have you been out of work?
Let's see, when did I get locked up from Milwaukee? It's a few months.
Anything to do with the pandemic that's been hitting
Yeah,
you hard?
that's the
Money?
reason why, yeah.
Yeah, I bet.
It made me smooth off.
Okay.
I got stuff lined up though, so.
Yeah, like what?
I'm probably gonna go back. I was working at a sheet metal place,
Mm-hmm.
so I'm probably gonna go back there.
Oh, okay.
That was ideal.
They do like the stamping, or?
We do. I guess they like steam and paint the metal pieces and then like ship them out like car metal parts, machinery parts, like car frames.
Oh, okay.
All different types. All I really do is it's a lot of heavy lifting because they have the trucks come in, you unload the trucks, and then we just hang the metal pieces on the little machine thing that comes around. They take them, the pieces go through like this little steamer type machine thing, and then they paint it, and then they come back around, and we just take them off the hook and just put them in the box, load them up, put them back on the truck. It was 4 on, 3 off, so that was more ideal because
That's a great schedule.
I mostly have my children the back half of the week.
Sure.
But since all this, I've been having them every day. So it's like,
How old are your kids?
my son is grown. My oldest daughter is 14, and my youngest daughter is 7.
You said your oldest son's grown. How old is he?
He's 18.
Okay. They all live with you then in Milwaukee?
Well, my son doesn't.
Your son doesn't?
My son doesn't. But
Okay. All right. That's not, Erica's not his mama, is she?
no.
Okay. Who's she mama to?
Arsenaway, my daughter, my oldest
Okay.
daughter. Yeah.
All right. So, okay, so you have 3 kids. All right. So, look, Darrell, I haven't talked to Erica personally. I know. So part of what happened last night is she was just being strange, you know.
Which she is because she drinks.
She's a nut. You said she's a nut.
drinks.
You said she drinks.
When she does that.
So we got a report about an altercation between the 2 of you. Okay. All right. But they couldn't find her for hours. That's part of the reason I didn't know anything for hours. You kept asking, right?
That's what it was.
So they couldn't find her for hours, and I had to kind of stick with and hang out with you, and then I'm just, guys are looking for her, and finally they find her and they talk to her, and it seems to me, based on their conversation where they're at, she could be a little out there. We don't know how women can be, right? Have you ever been married?
No.
3 baby mamas or 2?
3.
3? Are they all whack? Or just one?
No, my son's mama is, like, she's from out this way. She's from New Berlin. Grew up in New Berlin out here. Sweetheart.
Okay.
Works, takes care of home, sweetheart. And her second son is autistic, so she's a really, really, really hands-on mom. No issues with her at all. Erica's the only one that I have problems with. Even my youngest daughter's mom works, comes home. We don't fight. We don't argue. We co-parent. I have my daughter most of the time, and she's okay with it. Erica, she's a sweetheart until she gets that alcohol.
The alcohol's the problem.
Then you all type of and I have somebody touch you, and I'm going to keep my daughter away from you, and I'm going to make sure you never see her again, and you talk to bitches every time your phone ring. I'll hit you upside your head with this pan. Even my mom doesn't even like her around when she's drinking.
So that's kind of where I'm going with it. I've never been with anyone that is as bad as what you're saying right there, but I think he can attest to it. We've all been.
Ben probably looked like he been through it with some chicks, man.
We know some of the crazy things they'll say sometimes. But, again, and this is to give you more clarity, and like I told you last night, every now and then, you can see it's just the two of us. There's no one else here. So it's just, I know there were some other people last night that had you uncomfortable. That's gone. That's all gone. I explained to you why that was going on. You know us, we're not going to do nothing to you, right? Trustworthy, you can be comfortable with us. We're in this room. It's just the two of us, just the three of us. So we can, I feel like, talk in a more open way and a more comfortable way where there's not, there's not anything around that you feel is strange, right? You got to spend a lot of time with us. But the reality is right now, Darrell, I don't know Erica. I know you've described her. I didn't speak to her. I didn't know her. I've been doing this a long time, and, I know some of, the domestic claims they'll make. So, again, I'd like to sit down and try to chat with you and learn a little bit more about you and Erica and what makes her tick, both when she's on and when, more particular, she's off, and get an idea of what's going on. And what I consider this conversation, Darrell, is more information sharing. I'm not going to sit here and be a total jerk and talk to me and sit here and say nothing. I got some ideas on kind of what she said, but that's all we got. And I don't know how accurate what she said might really be. And that's why I want to give you an opportunity, if she's off the wall, and I need to know it, to give you a chance to tell me. Like I said, just the two of us in here now.
Definitely.
You know what I'm saying?
She needs to be on some type of medication, man.
Sure. I hear
And
you.
she knows this from the past. Like, I've been dealing with her for 16 years, so this isn't just some chick I just met a few years. Man, I've been knowing her for 16 years.
Gotcha.
Going through this with her.
Okay. So
this isn't the first time. She's even told my mom I'm gonna get this. Even in the past, I'm gonna get him locked up.
Okay.
And then she'll tell my mom, "Oh, he didn't really do that. I was just mad and I was drunk." And my mom was like, "He got that baby at home. Why would you do that?"
Right.
And that's the kind of information that
My mom wanted to go upside her head because she was like, "Dude."
So, and that's what we're looking to uncover if we can, Darrell. Now, like I told you last night at the hospital, because we're not like on your living room couch.
You heard that pop?
A little bit. Because we're not on the living room couch. Just relax. You'll be all right. You're not.
It just hurts like right up in there. I don't know if it's a muscle.
I've had shoulder injuries
doing
too,
this.
and they're tough. They're one that's aggravating. So
it just keeps doing this.
Yep. I hear you. So I got to read you the sheet again. Can I do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So like I say, we're still the same three guys that were chatting all night long yesterday. And it's just because we're in this building, and we're not on your couch that I got to read it, okay? And I know you've heard it before, so you kind of understand that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any questions before I start for me?
Only thing I want to know is, what in the heck, am I being charged with anything?
Well, she's making some, like I said, alleged allegations against you kind of, for being physical. So that's what, if that's BS, that's what I'm looking to hear from you. Okay?
Total BS.
You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of, we couldn't track her down, so that's kind of where we're at. It's this typical back and forth stuff that guys like you go through with their baby mama all the time. And they're all, there's a lot of guys out there in your spot. And a lot of times, maybe it's not always fair to them, but that's kind of what
I wish they had a law to where people could, if you do that shit, you should get in trouble.
Sure. Yeah.
Like, why? You shouldn't be able to just be like, "Oh, I'm pissed off, so I'm gonna call and do this."
Yep. I agree.
Like, why would you put me in that situation and then we're gonna end up being together anyway?
And that's
why would you do that?
Trying to judge that credibility.
Yeah, and that's total BS. So that's what that's why we're sitting in here with you to try to sift through the BS, if that's what we got, and go from there.
Crazy, man.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Oh,
all right.
This fucking girl, man. I said this last night too, didn't I? She get drunk and remember I kept saying that she fucking acts a fool and I'm the one that pays for it.
Yep. I remember.
I just had to pay $1,000 to get out of jail just because she was mad. Oh, you was talking to another bitch.
Yep, I remember everything you said.
Don't nobody can't keep
But
shitting out money.
I'm sure there's a lot more to it that I don't know, so that's the goal here, okay?
Girl, I can't believe
So-
shit.
You ready? Should I start reading?
Yeah, I'm
here?
sorry.
Okay. No, it's all right. I'm not, don't be rushed.
Pull
It's
my
okay.
fucking hair out.
All right. Darrell, do you understand that you do have the right to remain silent?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Understanding that, Darrell, if you decide to give up that right, anything said, you say may be used against you in court, excuse me. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Darrell, do you understand you have the right to consult with an attorney and have an attorney present during any questioning?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand, Darrell, if you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided to you by the court?
Yes, sir.
And I know last night you were a little uneasy, but being I've been able to give you more understanding. Are you willing to speak with me at this time?
Yes, sir.
Can you do me a favor? Now you see how I wrote your answer? Yes, sir. And those are my initials. And then another slash. can you put your initials next to mine at those 5 questions and then just sign right down here?
Oh, this hurts so bad.
Thank you, Darrell. Appreciate that.
Oh my God. Okay.
So just as we're chatting with you, you know, we'll just write down, so we get your story straight, you know, we'll probably be writing down a few notes from what you say, okay? Just so you know, I got my pad on the table here. Give you this. I don't know if I ever gave it. There's a business card of mine too. I don't think I ever gave you one last night.
No, you didn't.
Okay. So tell me, Darrell, about Erica, right? You got one child with her?
Yeah.
How old?
14.
What's her name?
Arsenaway.
Arsenaway.
Yeah.
Okay. She a good kid?
She's acting out now.
Okay. Where did you meet Erica?
I met Erica in Nevada.
Like Vegas or somewhere else?
Reno.
How did you happen to meet her out there? Like what were the just what's the circumstances?
Just being out and about. Yeah.
Okay.
Just being out and about.
How many years? So your Arsenaway is 14. How many years ago did you and Erica get together? Did you meet?
About almost 16. It's been about 16 years.
Okay. Were you working out there at the time in Nevada?
Yep.
Was she too?
She may have still been in high school, maybe.
Okay.
Back then.
Okay. And you guys never got married?
No.
How old is she?
31.
31? Okay. So is she originally from there?
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. And you said you were originally from Detroit, ended up out there working, and you
In
met her.
Milwaukee Wood. No,
Oh,
I was
Nevada.
born in Detroit. I grew up here, but I ended up,
okay.
I ended up staying on the West Coast for a few years, and
Okay.
that's how we met.
Okay. So, did you guys stay in Nevada? I guess walk me through kind of, if you can, I guess you guys' journey a little bit from Nevada to how, she said something about Georgia. Maybe you were in Georgia for a while. I don't know if that's right. And then now you guys ended up here. How?
Yeah.
Kind of what's your guys' timeline?
The Georgia thing was because we were off and on for a while, and the Georgia she ended up initially because her mom had custody of her kids. She has 5 kids.
Okay.
She lost custody of all her kids because of drinking and domestics with her other boyfriends and her other 2 baby daddies. So this is a frequent. It ain't just with me.
Sure.
This is a theme with her.
Yep.
She fights with everybody she dates because of her drinking. Her family took the kids. Her mama was the first one, and then one of her cousins had got the other girl or something. I can't remember exactly how it went, but I know her mom had 3 of the kids.
Okay.
Her mom had my daughter, and then 2 of her other ones. And her mom just basically put her foot down, like, look, if you're going to continue to drink and do what you're doing, I'm not going to let you, you know. So her mama just basically, I'm taking the kids. You can't do what you're supposed to do. I'm going to take the kids. And her mom moved to Georgia first.
Okay.
She stayed in Reno. Then maybe after about maybe a year and a half, maybe 2 years or something like that, her mom convinced her, look, come and try to build a relationship with your kids now. It's been a long time. You ain't seen them in a couple years. That's why she moved to Georgia.
Okay.
Her mom passed away, though, 2020 July or something like that. Her mom passed away, so, but her mom's wish on her deathbed that she told all her family is don't let her get those kids. They gave the kids to her anyway.
Okay.
They was staying from hotel. They didn't even have nowhere to stay. They was staying from hotel to hotel to hotel.
Were you in Reno or Georgia at this time?
I was in Milwaukee at this time.
Okay. How many years ago are we talking?
This is recent. Her mom passed 2020.
Okay. When did you get back to Milwaukee?
I got back to Milwaukee years ago,
Okay.
2017, 18, something like that. I had been back in Milwaukee. And at that time, like I said, we've been off and on these
She's
16
down
years.
south for a while during
Right. I didn't know we had, like I said, we go off and on. When I get to the point where I'm like, look, dude, I love you to death. I'm always going to love you to death. Even if you're my child's mama, I care about you. But while this is going on, I'm not finna. That's the reason why we wasn't having any contact.
Okay. Okay.
So,
I mean, obviously you stayed in somewhat contact.
yeah, that's my child's mother. I'm always gonna try to, make sure she's okay. At least that, even if we're not actually dating.
Yep.
I'm at least gonna be like, do you need anything? Are you all right? My mom too. My family. My mom didn't even meet her until she came to Wisconsin. All these years, and my mom just met her in June.
And do you stay at your? Is it your mom? You talked about your mom. Is it her address you stay at now?
She owns the house.
She owns the house.
Owns the house. She doesn't stay there anymore, but she owns the house.
Okay.
She has her own house. She stays at.
I think we put your mom as emergency.
Yeah.
contact. What did you say her name was?
Dawn.
Dawn. What was the last name?
Woods.
Dawn Woods. Okay. All right. So then, when is our Sinaway? Am I pronouncing that right?
Yes, sir.
Is she up here, or is she still in Georgia?
She's still in Georgia.
Okay. When did Erica come back up here? Come back up to the Milwaukee area?
She never was here in the first place. She didn't come here until June.
This year.
This year.
Okay.
It was
Yeah,
her first time ever being in Wisconsin, being around my family, my mom and everybody up here, because her family won't do anything for her. You gonna keep drinking? They basically told her, we're washing our hands of you. You don't want to do right. We got to take on the responsibility of your kids. All the kids are still in Georgia. None of them are up here, so what does that tell you?
All Erica's other kids.
Yes, all of them are, yeah. And they just basically told her. They tried to get her to go to rehab. She didn't want to go. So they just was like, fine. If you want to stay hotel to hotel drinking and doing what you're doing, we're done. Okay. We'll make sure the kids are good, but we're done. And that's when my mom stepped in and was like, look, you staying hotel to hotel to hotel to hotel. Maybe it'd be best you come up here and we can get you set up and get you a job and start helping you get on your feet. My mama told the both of us, not just Erica. She said, man, whatever y'all need, I'll help.
Okay.
Boom. She came up here. I showed her how to make a resume, get a job. She got a job at a hotel. Everything was going good, but she starts drinking.
Did she stay with you at your mom's place for a while?
She was staying with me at my mom's place for a while, yes.
Okay. On North 19th there?
Yes, sir.
So it was just you and her. It wasn't your mom staying there. She just owns it?
Yeah, she owns the property, yes.
Okay. So she comes up in June.
And everything was good. Everything was good until.
So what's this thing you said you just got out of jail like last week? Did I have that right from her?
Yeah, no, it wasn't from her. It was a paternity case here in Waukesha for my son. So it wasn't a criminal case. I had what did they call it?
So it was
some type of hold.
It was unrelated to her?
It was unrelated to her. I think it was because I missed court.
Okay.
But they were saying it was because I have to pay the arrears now that my son, the regular child support order isn't on my name anymore because my son's grown and out of school, and his mom never had any state assistance like food stamps or anything like that. So the order, they ended it, but they said I have to pay the arrears.
All right.
And I had a court date, I think, in the summer sometime that I missed, and that's why they put the hold out.
Okay.
So when I came here, all I did was they picked me up. I came to Waukesha. I went to court maybe a few hours after I got through booking, and they was just like, okay, well.
It was a Waukesha warrant?
It was a Waukesha paternity.
So it sounds like this goes back to what's your
2003.
son's name?
It goes back to 2003.
What's his name?
Xavier.
Where does he live?
He lives in Menominee Falls.
Menominee Falls.
Yep.
Okay. So it was a paternity warrant, reference him. So he's not in Waukesha, but he's in Waukesha County.
Yeah. Well, when he was born, like I said, his mom is from New Berlin.
Okay.
So I guess that's Waukesha County.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So the order is out of that county.
So that got all taken care of though, once you got released from jail and whatever needed to be
I
done?
have another court date coming up for
Okay.
that. It's just
Okay.
to make sure that I can, verify some things for them. Am I going to be working? Am I, because the rears, they aren't like really significant like that. It's not like I owe $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 or something crazy like that. They just like, you just got back pay. That's basically what they said. You just got back pay. He's 18 now. He's grown. He has his own job, his own car. Like
you said, that's not correct.
yeah, just pay. Just pay.
Okay, so
I didn't even know I had the court date. That's why I was like, when they said I had a warrant in Waukesha, I said, for what? They said, oh, it's just paternity. I'm like, my son's grown. I'm like, what the hell?
right. So you're still in North 19th, right?
Yes, sir.
Is Erica out?
She's not around me.
How long has she been out of there?
She hasn't been around there since October.
Okay. Where did she, so I didn't talk to her. Where did she go?
I have no idea.
Okay.
She says she knows people. She has friends that she hangs out with.
Where
I
did you
don't.
say they are?
I don't know. I cannot tell you. I cannot tell you. My mom just told her. She said, y'all, if y'all gonna keep arguing and doing all this, you gotta go.
You keep in contact with her though, like?
I haven't
with the
been.
parent?
I haven't been. Recently, I haven't been because my mom was basically just
So
like,
your mom threw her out?
she didn't really throw her out. She was just saying, if you're gonna be drinking, if y'all, because my niece and nephew are here.
Okay.
They see this stuff. My nephew calls my mom, and he's like, dude, she out here tripping.
Okay.
Uncle keep telling her to leave, because it'd be times where I know she'd come drunk, and I tell her, just leave. And I'm not going nowhere, you motherfucker. And my nephew would call my mom, and because I kept telling her, I said, don't call the police on her. She just drunk.
Okay.
It's not, she's not, trust me.
All right.
When she comes to it, she's going to be crying, and I'm sorry.
Was she drunk yesterday?
She's drunk time she can get a bottle, she's drunk.
But, okay, I understand. Was she drunk yesterday?
I have no idea.
Did you see her drinking yesterday?
No.
No, okay. So you don't know if she was drunk yesterday? Okay. But didn't see her drinking?
No. But I guarantee you, she probably was, most likely.
Okay. So,
She only acts crazy like that when she's drunk.
do you know what? She didn't have slurred speech or anything.
Yes, she did. Yes.
Okay.
But I'm not, like I said, I'm not gonna lie and say, oh, she was just, I saw her doing this. If I didn't see it, I'm not gonna lie
Yeah.
on her.
So,
But I know how she act. I've been dealing with her for all these years. I
Yeah.
know.
what brought you to Waukesha yesterday? How did you get out here?
I was meeting up with a friend to watch the Packer game.
Okay.
That's the only reason why I was out here.
Where did you go to watch the game?
To a friend named Stephanie,
A house, a bar, or?
a house.
Yeah, I don't mean to make you uncomfortable or anything, but what's the address there? What street
I
is it
have
on?
no idea about Waukesha. I don't know the streets.
What was
I
it
don't know.
near? I know you had to see something near it. So what was it near?
Like a gas station?
Have you been to the house before?
No,
Never before?
no.
What's Stephanie's last name?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
When did you guys set this up?
Maybe a couple of days ago.
Okay.
Like I said, I have a few friends. I have a few friends in Milwaukee that have people out here, so
Okay.
it's not, I don't, like I said last night, I don't know the streets in Waukesha. It's not where I usually hang out at, so I couldn't say, well, this street, and this, you know, I couldn't.
All right.
Stephanie, like a friend of yours, or like a friend of a friend?
A friend of a friend, mutual friend.
And what did you say
She's
her
just
last
like-
name was?
I have no idea.
How long have you known her?
That was my first time meeting her. So,
So how did you get the number to know the house to go to?
a friend.
So how did you get to her house?
My friend. I went with my friend.
Okay, who's that?
My friend, I don't really want to say his name. I don't know if that's going to incriminate him in anything. So,
Okay, so let's go with this. How did you come, I know you saw Erica yesterday in Waukesha, because we talked to her. Now, I don't know everything that went on, and I'm not saying I believe everything she told the other officers. How did you come to meet with her in Waukesha, one, and two, you say you don't know Waukesha, but where did you meet her? A gas station, a park? I know you met her. Where did you meet her? What happened yesterday?
Yeah, it was-
Because if this is BS, like you say, and I know you met her, what happened?
I
So
met
what
her
happened when you met her? Where did you meet her? Let's start with that.
by a gas station.
Okay?
I don't know what I was supposed to be getting some money from her.
Okay. For what?
It was the rest of my money that she had of mine that she was holding for me.
Okay, how much?
It was supposed to be $350.
Okay. And why did she have it? Why was she holding
Well,
it? for
she
you?
had been holding it for me for a few weeks now, but like I said, I hadn't seen her.
Right, but
Mom
what was she
already-
holding, why did she have it? Why was she holding it for you?
She was just holding it for me because I told her to hold it for me. But it didn't have anything to do with, this was weeks ago. She had been holding the money. And because I had no contact with her, I couldn't tell her, and my mom wasn't going to let her come to the house to bring it.
Mm-hmm.
And I told her, look, man, if I'm going to be out there, I'll meet up with you and get the money, but I'm not hanging out with you. I'm not having sex with you. And she was just like, oh, you want to kill? I'm like, I'm not finna do none of that.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not supposed to be around you. I get that. I understand that. I'm not going to lie to y'all. I'm not supposed to be around you. I love you to death, man. You're my baby mama. I'm not going to, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't supposed to be like a hangout thing. I told her, I'm like, I'm out here. And she's like, oh, where you at? Where you at? Where you at? And I'm like, look, I'll meet up with you to get the money and, you know, give you a hug or whatever. But she was like, well, I need some. I'm like, no, we can't do it all that. I'm not going to have sex with you. I'm not going to hang out with you. or none of that.
All right, so you told her you weren't gonna do any of that stuff.
No.
How did you set the meeting up? Did you talk to her on the phone, Facebook Messenger, text message? 'Cause
I talked to her.
I don't think she said anything about that, so just, I mean, if she's BS, how did you
Yeah, because
create the meeting with her?
This is what she does. If
Well,
she
hold on
can't-
one second. Hold on, one thing at a time. How did you set the meeting with her? How do I verify?
That's what I'm saying. If she can't get in touch with me, that's what she'll do. She'll go to social medias and do all this and try to
Okay.
talk to people and all this and that. I got in contact with her through a mutual friend that we both know, and I was like, okay, tell her I'm out in Waukesha or whatever, and I'll meet up with her to get the money. And then she put us on the call, and she was just like, where you at?
Three-way call?
Yeah, and she was just like, where you at? I'm like, look, I don't know where I'm at. Do you still got that money? She's like, yeah, I want to give you the money, and I want to do this and do that. I'm like, no, I'm not finna hang out with you. I'm gonna meet up with you, get the money, give you a hug and kiss. We'll talk later.
Was it still daylight?
It was still daylight. It was still
Okay.
daylight.
So after the fact,
This was, I think the game was still on.
game was on, so
The
you
game was still on.
left Stephanie's to go.
Yep.
Okay.
The game was still on. So I was like, it, you know what I mean? I want to see you. I ain't seen you in like a month. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to lie and say, man, that's my baby mama. I love this woman. But I can't hang out with you. I can't do anything with you, you know, that type of thing, deal, and whatever the case may be. But, yeah, that.
And this is on your cell phone? The three-way call, obviously, is your cell phone because you're not on the phone, right?
My friend's phone.
Friend's phone.
Yeah.
But yesterday, so do you have your phone?
No. That's what I'm saying. No.
So who is the friend whose phone you were using to talk to her on a three-way call?
I don't want to say his name because I don't want to.
Okay, I guess, so you saw her though, right? You met up with her? Okay. So, how did the conversation with her end?
With me walking off and her being pissed off that I didn't want to hang out with her. I said, look, I'm not supposed to be around you, I'm gone.
Okay.
When she
Whose
said,
car did you use to get out
she
here?
said I didn't have a car.
No, whose car did you use to get to Waukesha?
My friend is the one that said he was gonna go hang out and watch the Packer game. I said I'm gonna go with.
Okay. Whose car did you use to get out to Waukesha?
I didn't use anybody's car.
Where does your friend live?
My friend lives in Milwaukee.
So you didn't walk to Waukesha. Whose car
No.
did you guys use to
My
get
friend,
out to
I just said my
What
friend.
type of car does he have?
I
I'm just trying to figure out how you got here.
Yeah, I know, but it seemed like you trying to like spin me up or something. Like
I'm just asking how you got here. Whose car did you drive out here?
I didn't drive at all.
Whose car did you come out here in?
My friend.
Okay, right. What kind of car is it? So here's the thing, Darrell.
Okay.
Obviously, you know, she's coming at us. I told her she's talking about some domestic related issues, okay? You know, and I don't know if she's on BS. I don't know if she's not.
I'm telling you.
Hold on, let me finish.
Okay.
Let me finish. I don't want you to get...
Yeah, 'cause
Hold on, let me finish. You know, I don't entirely know all that, okay? I'm just right now trying to figure out how you got out here. So, I gotta step out with my partner for a minute. Just relax. I don't want you to get you all nervous, okay? But, you know, I'm not trying to be confrontational, but I don't think when you meet her out in Waukesha, and you're not from Waukesha, I think a reasonable question is to ask, how did you get out here?
Yeah.
Whether you drove, someone else drove, and if so, when you got out here, what type of car you were in. So just, every hour or so, my boss, he knows we're out here, I just gotta call him, say, yeah, we're talking, I'll call you back later. Just gotta step out, throw in a line with him, and we'll come back. Just chill out here, enjoy your soda, we'll be right back, all right? Sound good?
So we done talking or?
No,
No,
we'll
no,
be
no,
back in
we'll
a
come
minute.
back and
Just
talk to
chill
you.
out, and we'll be back. I
We
don't
just
wanna
gotta
put
make
you
that
back in
call.
that, so I just gotta make that call,
That check-in call.
all right?
In the middle of the conversation?
Well, do you wanna?
Yeah, but
I mean,
just,
I gotta call him, I can come back, but I just,
listen, I'm willing to, listen, Carpenter, you've been straight up with me, right? All I'm saying is, I just want to know what I'm looking at, and if I can just notify my girls. That's it. I don't have a problem with talking to you guys at all. I just want to know what am I looking at. That's
I told you
it.
at the start, she called about some domestic abuse related stuff. Now, I didn't talk to her myself. I told you that at the start. You said she was crazy, we talked about
Y'all know that. Y'all talked to the woman.
No, I didn't.
Oh,
Other
I
officers-
apologize. You talk.
Other officers that we listened to the interview.
Slow down, Darrell.
Did she look beat up? Did she look like, dude?
Darrell,
Like,
listen
come
to me.
on now, man.
Slow down, dude. All right? We can't explain it to you if you keep talking over us. You know what I'm saying? All right? I didn't talk to her. I didn't see her. Okay? Now, she said you met out here, which you've confirmed. All right? You're from Milwaukee. All right? And I'm just asking you. You have to understand, I don't know everything. You know, so that's part of the reason I'm asking you questions. Okay? I didn't talk to her. I don't know how crazy she is or isn't. You know, I want to believe you when you say she is. All right?
It's just
But
when
part
she,
of it
it's
is
just when she drinks.
Yes,
that's all.
it's asking you,
I'm not
okay,
just going, you
Yeah.
know,
you know,
just
what's
throw
going
her down
on
the toilet. You know what I mean? That's,
with her,
she
you know,
does
as
this
far as
all the
how
time.
you got
to
out
me.
here, too. How did you get out here? You know, what car did you come out, what car did you come out here in?
Our job is detail oriented. You know, a lot of people think our job is to like get people in trouble. Our job is.
No, I understand that.
It's
It's just hard to be like when you go through this and you don't even know. Like I haven't even been able to talk to my girls and be like, yo, I'm okay.
Have you,
You know what I'm saying? Like this,
you've been through
you be
this
in
a lot?
a situation like this, and yeah, but I've been able to call somebody too.
You've been,
You know what I mean? And
Right.
at least just say, hey, did y'all go to? I'm okay. Did y'all go to? Are y'all good? Okay, I'll talk to y'all when I
They
can.
know you're okay, Darrell, because we knew you were going to be here for a while, so I know an officer talked to your mom and she knows you're okay.
But how do I know that? Like,
Well, I'm not
haven't
going to
known.
make that up.
I know.
I know you haven't, but I'm not going to make that up. I know she knows you're okay.
I stay getting in these.
But
It don't
Yeah.
matter what I do, man. Even when I don't do
wanna-
shit.
hold on, Darrell.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm not trying to overly frustrate you either. That's what I know you've been arrested before, right?
Yes.
You've been through this before, right?
Yes.
Have you ever prayed on it?
Yeah, I
Talk to
pray.
God?
I pray. Yeah, that
What's your religion, if you don't mind me asking?
Christian.
Christian?
Very strong.
Born and raised Christian,
Born and
Catholic,
raised,
Lutheran?
Baptist.
Baptist?
Strong family, both. I got reverends. My granddad, rest in peace, and my grandma, my daddy's side were reverends. My mom, strong church family. I grew up in church,
Mm-hmm.
being baptized.
Do you go regularly every Sunday, or?
I try to. Since the COVID, our church isn't doing congregational things. They're kind of just doing it like online. You can watch the service on Zoom, whatever the sermon's gonna be for Sunday. They broadcast it live on Facebook. So me and my mom, since we can't actually go to the church, which has been our church home
Yeah.
ever since my mom was little. So I have the same church home. Was baptized in that church, buried my sister in that church. That's the only church I really know.
Take communion and stuff?
Everything.
Yep.
Everything. I'm strong believer. Strong. If you talk to my mom, you notice that off top when you talk to her.
Any of the tattoos religious you got? I don't really know all of them.
I got this Virgin Mary.
Yep.
This cross when
Sure.
my grandma when she died. I didn't get the scriptures that I wanted yet.
Right.
I'm definitely gonna get some scriptures. A few Psalms, a few Proverbs. Proverbs is one of my favorite books.
Yeah, I'm Christian. It's a powerful thing, talking to God.
It is. It's just, my thing is this, man. Like, like I said, I probably made a mistake by just having contact with her, but I'm not.
Why do you say that?
Well, because of how she acts. She's like, it's almost like she forces me to be with her.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like I'm forced. It's either you're not, I'm gonna take you out of your kid's life. I'm gonna keep your kid away from you. If you're talking to females, I'm gonna, it's almost like she makes me play by her rules. And if I don't, she has me by the balls because she know I'm already going through stuff as it is. And I'm like, why would you do? My intentions is like, dude, you've been around my family. We got a child. You've been around my other. Like, we not them type of people. Like, I love this out of you. Why do you do this to me? And when I don't do, I don't do. So why would you put me in a position to go through something like this when I don't do anything? Because I don't want to hang out with you?
Has anyone ever arrested you for putting your hands on her? Not Waukesha necessarily, Milwaukee, anyone?
No.
Never?
Never.
You don't have
when I got
have any open cases that you can't contact her?
Yes.
You would have said that?
Yes.
What's that about?
That's because smacked her, punched her, did some stuff like this.
When was that?
This was recently. I got the case is open.
So you did get arrested?
I'm going through the case right now.
You got out?
I got out, and you know why?
Okay.
She's calling and telling them, oh, I was just drunk, I was just mad. I was just drunk, I was just mad. And they said, oh, we're gonna, Milwaukee picks it up anyway.
So it happened in Milwaukee?
So she was recanting to Milwaukee?
Yes.
Okay.
And she told them I was drunk, that's why I said it. She called my mama and told my mama the same thing. My mama was pissed because she had to pay all this money to get me out of jail for something that I didn't even do, that she told my mom I didn't do.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. You will put me in this position just to be like, oh, well, I'm sorry, I was drunk, I was mad, you was talking. Why would you do that to me?
Sure.
Why? And that was the whole reason why, on top of her drinking, and my niece, because my niece is still kind of young, my niece, if any type of yelling and stuff like that, because my sister, rest in peace, she passed away, and my niece's father used to fight. So when my niece, if you even rah, 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 my niece gets kind of like, what the hell is going on? She gets real. My nephew is kind of like, oh, you know, because he's 22. So he's like, Ma, she out here, what should I do? Just tell your uncle to tell her to leave, you know, or we are going to call the cops. But then I'm the type of person, I don't want to call the cops on my baby.
You've been through a lot with her.
16 years.
So I can see how that's frustrating. Let me ask you this. I don't want it to be overly personal, but it's a thing I probably don't understand. You've had to battle with this with Erica for 16 years. Call it the elephant in the room, I'm white. I don't know what it's like to be a black man. I'm sure there's inherent struggles with that. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Are a lot of them from the legal sense? Do you ever feel it's hard for you to succeed? Or are you happy? Do you feel like America gives you good opportunity? You know, I don't know what it's like to be in your shoes. Do you feel like it gives you good opportunity here, although maybe not as good as others? Do you feel you're better off here than you would be somewhere else? Or do you have resentment like, yeah, my fucking country's against me? It just feels like, you know, how do you feel in addition to everything you're putting up with her?
I definitely, I mean, I don't feel that, you know, my country is just, you know, I don't feel, I really feel like, yeah, there are definitely, it's harder to get the benefit of the doubt being black. It's harder to, you know, and I'm not saying you guys, but majority of the time, you're kind of looked at as a troublemaker, or, you know, even if you have a record that like I said before all this stuff, I haven't been in trouble in a decade.
Okay.
A decade. That was 2011, and that was for weed. So it wasn't like I was just running around and just doing all this stuff. Like, I come from a good family. I didn't have a father growing up, but I come from my mom, she bust her ass, man. Mm-hmm. 2-3 jobs sometimes. So I've been through being on welfare, having to stay from house to house, and being in homeless shelters. I've been through that growing up. I remember standing in the government cheese lines and having to get all that stuff because we didn't have.
Sure.
I remember all that. So I definitely do feel like I don't get the benefit of the doubt sometimes being a black man. I feel like it's easier because of my record to just assume. I do feel like that. Sometimes I feel like I do have a little bit against me.
Sure.
But it's no place I would rather be than here in America.
Okay.
It's no place I would rather, you know. I do feel, yeah, if you're doing what you're supposed to do, you working and stuff like that, you can succeed. You can. Sure. Yeah, you can. Like, I come from that. Like I said, I try to be hands-on with my kids. That's the most important thing to me in this world, is my children and them not having to go through what we went through. And I don't want Cause I'm not gonna lie, I love this girl, man.
Erica?
I love her, man, to
Okay.
death, man. I love her to death, but she knows. She knows. I would, like, why would you do this to me? She knows this.
Mm-hmm.
She know I would never hurt her or anything like that, but she goes so off the f***ing handle. And it's like, why, dude? You get my freedom taken from me just for trying to love you?
Right.
Just from wanting you to do better.
Yeah.
For me saying, when Georgia was going on, like I said, they were staying from hotel to hotel to hotel to hotel. Sometimes roach infested. I don't know if any of you guys been to Atlanta. It's not the cleanest place. It's not, okay? It's not. Y'all going through all this stuff, and I say, look, I got your back. You know, whatever you need, man. Whatever, I got your back, dude. My mom, hey, you might need to leave from down there. You don't got no support. You know, we can help you get set up here. We got your back. You got a whole side of your family that you never even met. My daughter, she haven't even met my mom and my side of my family because of, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, dude, you got people that support. Like, come up here and listen, you know what I mean? So that was the plan. It wasn't never like,
Right.
you
And
know,
then it all went, yep, it all,
She started-
it hasn't changed, it goes sideways,
started
you gotta
drinking.
deal with that, and then she makes this complaint, which gets you back.
yeah, and it's
in
like,
the
why
legal
do you
system.
do this
Yeah.
to me? And I promise you, my right hand to God Almighty on the throne with Jesus next to his side, the woman is going to sit up there and say, I was drunk, I was mad, blah, 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 blah. But it's like, now I got to go through everything just for you to do that. Why do you do this to me?
So you think she's gonna come back to us and say that here?
I know she is.
Yeah.
She did the same thing with that. And then my mom was calling her, and then she says, oh, well, I was drunk and I was mad and he was talking to females on his phone. So you send me to jail?
It doesn't seem fair.
It's not fair. Why?
From your perspective, I totally see.
My mom was like, well, like, what the am I supposed to do? Like, I don't live over there. I can't go over there. My mom works third shift. My mom is 60-some years old. She can't go all the way from Oak Creek over there on 19th
Yeah.
to make sure my daughter is going to school and do all this and do all that. And my nephew, like I said, he's 22. He, half the time he with his friends, half the time he doing what he do, and half the time he don't even come home till late. So that just leaves her in the house. And that's why I'm like, why would you do this to me when you know? You know
So
all this is going on.
You're fighting. You're fighting hard, and you're trying to get through her. You know,
I just want my life back, man. Listen, I love this woman. I love this woman. I would not hurt this woman. I want to see her do better, but I don't want her around me if she's drinking because I'm going to get in trouble. She's never going to be like, oh, I'm just mad and this on the spot. She's going to wait until I'm freaking locked up and then be like, oh, I'm sober now, so I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't mean to do that. When are you going to get in freaking trouble for doing that?
That message is loud and clear to us. We
Has
understand that.
any of the things you've had happen with her affected your ability to get work, or is it mostly the COVID and everything else?
Well, like I said, the sheet metal job, I got laid off. So that wasn't due to anything I did, obviously. It was just kind of like, I wasn't the only one that got let go.
With that question, I'm just trying to understand you better, not knowing you, Darrell.
Yeah.
And not being black myself, and
Yeah.
not knowing what your life is like. I'm just trying to get better understanding you, because you got her to deal with, you got 2 other kids, I'm sure that's not easy. You got the justice system to deal with. I mean, do you ever feel like white guys, like say me or him, and you've treated us great.
Yeah.
It's the same thing, it's a little easier for them to get through?
I would think.
I mean, does that make you feel, you've treated us with complete respect, but as a black man, is it kind of some of all that does it make you feel in any way mad at white people, resentment towards white people, just because of what you've been through, or no?
Definitely
You don't
not
feel
at
anything
all.
like
Not
and
at
that's
all,
good.
man.
Because a lot of people do, so good for
I
you.
wasn't
but that's
raised
not.
to You know, my mama always told me it ain't the skin color. It's, as humans, we always say don't judge, but it's kind of hard to not have an opinion about something.
Yeah.
But my mama always, she always taught us this. Like I said, my dad got 11 kids, never took care of any of us. My mama only had 2, and my sister's dead and gone. You know, and she always stressed to us, it's not, you judge people by their character, how they carry themselves, not by their skin tone, not from their social standing. Some people are born into money, some people aren't. You can't help that. You know, you can't help you know, the family you're born. You can't choose your parents, choose your family. You can't do that. But she always told us that's not how we act. We don't discriminate against people because of their skin. We don't down talk people. We don't do that. My mama would have my ass.
Oh, sounds like a good person.
Man, my mama would have my ass if she found out that I was doing some racial shit or, you know, like that. My mama's not gonna have it. And even right now, to this day, I'm almost 40 years old, and if my mama tell me something, I'm like, yes, ma'am. Because she don't play. She mean business when she's serious. And that's why I said, if you talk to my mom, she will tell you everything. The girl is a sweetheart until she gets that bottle.
So yesterday you were telling me stories about caught like I don't know if it was your first felony or caught a felony about some weed, right?
Well, that was the last time I had been in trouble.
Right, that was like early 2010s. You had like a round, or what do you call it?
A half a blunt.
And then you said you got hooked up with like roach or something like that?
Yeah, for roaches.
You got dicked over that way?
Yeah.
Okay. Same question again. We're treating each other with respect in this room. I know that's not always the case with every cop that you ever run into.
One's last night, boom!
You get upset at law enforcement at all?
I mean, I'm not one of those people that just is like, oh, police, oh, them, oh, they're all dicks, blah, blah, blah. I'm not that. I mean, that's unrealistic. And I'm would like to consider myself to be a pretty understanding type of person to not think everybody's an asshole.
You don't paint with a broad brush.
No, I don't.
You realize that sometimes you might have a bad cop and sometimes you might have a decent guy.
Absolutely.
That's
reasonable. I don't, you know, I'm too old to think like that. You know what I'm saying? That's just foolishness.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
All the stuff going on, you know, in the news.
And I definitely wasn't raised like that.
Right.
You know, I had my first girlfriend was a white girl.
Mm-hmm.
No, I just wasn't, you know, my mom she didn't raise us like that. You treat everybody the way you want to be treated, regardless of skin color and regardless of social status or however they want to say. Nah, we human beings, that's what it is. You know, somebody disrespect you, then that's something else. But as far as how I was raised that way. Like, we don't do that.
Mom sounds like a really good person.
Don't do that. And that's why I'm saying she didn't.
Erica, does she ever just make you, I can tell she's a very, she can get you, frustrated.
I'm so tired of going through this over just.
She ever cause you to lose control?
No.
Has it ever gotten physical between the two of you, ever?
No, the only time it's ever got physical with me and her, my mom was standing right there, was when she would not leave because she was drunk. And my mom had to come outside to tell her, just go. Then she listened.
And where was that?
This was in my mom's backyard. I didn't hit her, I didn't choke her, I didn't push her. She acted like she was gonna hit me with her alcohol bottle. She didn't swing it all the way at me, but she like rolls it up at me like this, and I grabbed her arm and I was like, Mom, you know what I'm saying? And then my mama came out and was like, whoa, you gotta go. I'm gonna kill this motherfucker. He cheating on me. I'm gonna kill this motherfucker. And my mama was like, just go. I know she wasn't, you know what I mean? I knew she was just drunk. Like, that's why I said, I know. I'm not trying to, when she is not drinking, she's a sweetheart. So I'm not gonna demonize her and make it seem like, you know, she's just some scum chick of the earth, because she's not. It's just the drinking.
How long ago did that happen, what you just told us?
This happened in like August, September.
Alright, and your mom stopped it, so she
Yeah,
saw
I
it.
called my mom because I didn't
She
know.
saw
What, yeah, she saw. Hell yeah, she saw it.
Alright, so in regards to what happened out here with her yesterday, part of the reason I'll be straight with you that we asked some of the things we asked Darrell is because part of what we gotta do is fact check too, you know? So, I know you're telling her, you mean she's crazy, she's off the wall, like I say.
It's just when she drinks. It's just when she drinks.
When she drinks.
I just wanted to be fair. I'm not saying she's just some
I didn't see her.
mental basket case. She does, when she's drunk, her words is she blacks out, so she doesn't
All right.
remember. I don't know if that's true, but I know she does 180. If you
Okay.
talk to her sober, sweetheart. Crack jokes, laugh, smiling, bubbly, personality. Hard not to like her.
Yeah, we got the picture on that. Yeah.
Yep,
Drunk,
yep, gotcha.
I know.
I've even, my daughter, her family and all that, we've even recorded her drunk and played it back for her the next day and said, this is how you act. And she'd be like, I said all this, I did. This is how you act when you're drunk. Now do you see why people don't want to be, now you see why your family is just like basically saying, okay, we're.
And I've seen this before. I've seen this. You're not the only guy, you know, with somebody that acts like this. So, I totally understand where you're coming from, message received.
So on that note, Darrell, you know, we still don't, for us, we don't totally know at this point. Usually a lot of times there's one story and there's the other story. A lot of times, I'll be honest, the truth is somewhere in the middle. And that's not necessarily saying you're a liar, she's a liar, all the people we talk to are liars. There's always perception, all right? And that's why, you know, we'll kind of fact check. It's like, all right, is it what this person told me is true? It's like, all right, it doesn't necessarily seem totally, but I could see how they perceive this or that. Or, you know, we fact check with someone and say, okay, yeah, this is how that happened. That's why I'm asking you some of these questions. What's your buddy's name? What's your buddy's phone number?
I know for a fact, though, if she would have known her, if I did something to her, she would have called you guys immediately, especially drunk. Especially with her being drunk, she would have let it be known. I'm finna get you. She would have told me. Off top, she would have told me. Mm-hmm. And that's why I'm kind of confused, like.
And she didn't tell you that she was going to call cops after yesterday?
What reason would she, like, that's the whole thing. I'm thinking, like, you can't, so.
Not saying
she know you, or you think
she would.
Yeah, well, she always, every time she's drunk, she says she's gonna get me in trouble. That's like one of her main themes is when she tries to low blow me. She'll take it to, I'm not gonna let you see your daughter. It's usually, I'll get you.
Right.
I'll get you locked up. I'll get you touched. I'll make you won't never see your daughter.
She said that yesterday when you got that up.
Yes.
She did say
yes.
that too. What specifically? Like you
she
give
said,
a lot of examples there, but what
you ain't.
Did you say yesterday?
So you out here and you ain't hanging out with me, or you ain't. I'm gonna get you locked up, and I'm not giving you your money.
Said I'm gonna get you locked up.
Yes.
Said that yesterday.
Yes.
Okay.
Because the money is the reason why I even agreed to meet her.
Sure. 350 is worth coming out and getting.
So, what's your buddy's name? Can we get that? If we gotta talk to him to verify you're on the up and up and she's on some BS?
His name is Marcus.
What's his last name?
I don't know his last name.
What's his phone number?
467. Oh, would help if I had my freaking phone somewhere. 467. 85 31 or 30 or something like that.
114?
Yes, sir.
And he lives in Milwaukee?
Yes, sir.
And you guys came out here together?
Yes.
Okay, so he is.
Well, like I said, Stephanie was. She's a older mixed lady, so she's not. You know, she.
Who do you know in Waukesha other than her?
I know a guy named Terrion.
Where does Terrion live?
I don't know where he lives now. I've been knowing him for maybe 5-6 years. I just know he stays in Waukesha. He comes down to Milwaukee a lot, and then he comes back up here.
How old is he?
Like 34, 35.
34.
Yeah,
Where did?
Maybe.
I
know a lot of females.
Well, how many times have you been to Terrion's house?
Once in like 2018.
Do you remember?
It was like an apartment. It wasn't a house though.
Apartment?
Yeah.
Do you remember what was near it?
I think it was like right on the main street.
What's the main street? There's a lot of streets. Like is
whatever
it near
street
downtown?
What would be considered downtown?
Where all the bars and restaurants and
It's like a
shops are.
business district. Is Stephanie's place near downtown? Is there no bunch of bars and a business district right near there?
The only thing I can remember is a gas station, like a kitty quarter gas station. I think this street is like a one-way. Whatever street is right here is like a one-way, and it's a gas station like right here.
Remember what kind of gas station? With the Mobile Speedway, Quick Trip, Hometown.
Not a Quick Trip. Not a Speedway. Like the blue and white one.
Blue and white. Any schools or parks nearby your house? Something like that? Anything you remember like that? Trails?
I know that park. I know that park is by old girl's house.
By whose house? Stephanie's?
Yeah.
Park, what?
I don't know the name of the park, but it has like a little creek or something. It was something going on out there yesterday to where a lot of was blocked off.
Okay.
I don't like I said, I don't know about Waukesha, I don't know, but it seemed like everybody was at that park kind of walking around that creek.
Like a playground type park, or like a
park. It seemed like a little creek or something. Well, I don't know if you would say a creek. What would that be? But
River?
Would that be a river? Does Waukesha have a river? Well, I know it's just a small body of water. It's like, how would I describe it?
But there were barricades blocking this off near there?
No, it looked like in that area.
In that area?
In that area, it looked like a bunch of was like blocked. You couldn't go down certain streets or some. I don't know, but that park is close to the old girl's house where. That's why I said, look, when our friend was like, you know, your baby mama trying to get in touch with you, and I'm like, yeah, what's up? What's she telling you? What's going on? And she was just like, well, she said she got some money for you. And I was like, why would she tell somebody else? That's what I started thinking at first. Like, that's like, why would you tell? Because she'll tell me the same thing. Don't tell people our business. So then when she put us in, when she merged us in, you out here. I'm like, man, yeah, but I'm like, what's up? Like, you got, yeah, I'm okay, cool. You gonna fit? No, not staying out here like that. I'm watching the game and I'm gone.
So she tell you where to meet, or you tell her where to meet?
She told me where to meet.
Okay.
I said, it's a gas station right here.
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, is it a park right there? I'm like, I don't know. Is it a park right here? They like, yeah, there's a park right down here, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, just meet me over there. I'll get the money from you, give you a hug, give you a kiss, and, you know, I'll call you later or whatever. It wasn't supposed to be us hanging out, spending time together. It wasn't that. It wasn't supposed to be that. She got mad because I didn't want to do that. That's why I kind of figured, but like I said, I didn't see her drink. I'm not going to sit here and say I saw her drink. I'm not going to lie on her. I didn't. But when she started acting like, yeah, you finna, that's when I kind of was like, she probably been drinking. She probably haven't just stopped drinking, but you was drinking sometime today. I know you was drinking sometime today. I didn't tell her that. I said, yeah, because she's acting too, you know what I mean? Oh, you just think you finna get the money and leave, and you must got some waiting on you, and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, see, this is why. This is why I just should have just watched the game and laughed, dude. Like,
all right, so
the man.
So you came out. How did you get out here again?
My friend.
What type of car does he drive?
Oh man, it's like a Kia type of car. I don't know if it's a Kia, but it's a small 4-door car like that, in that type of model.
Okay. What color is it?
Like tan.
And was it just the two of you that rolled out together? Did anyone roll out from Milwaukee with you?
No, it was just us two.
Two of us.
He said there probably was gonna be some chicks over there. You know, like I said, the Stephanie girl is an older woman. She, you know, likes to party, drink, you know, watch the game. She cooks.
Sure.
Cool. Yeah, let's watch the game. Shit, I was only gonna probably go to my mom's house and watch the game there, and my mom has to go to work. So I was just gonna be sitting there like this. It might as well go. You know what I'm saying?
Did he offer to drive?
And at the same time,
sorry.
Cool, I can get the money from, you know, that she been holding for me.
Yeah. Did he offer to drive? Do you have your own car? Did he offer to drive?
No, I don't.
How did you guys come?
I don't own a vehicle.
Don't own a vehicle?
Nope.
Do you have any car you can drive at all?
No. I have license.
So you have a license?
I do have license, but no vehicle.
Don't ever use your niece's, nephew's, mom's car or anything like that?
My nephew doesn't have a vehicle. My niece is 14.
Mm-hmm.
What about your mom?
No, my mom doesn't even know how to drive.
She doesn't have a car, doesn't know how to drive?
She doesn't know how to drive.
Does she
She
have a
never
car?
learned.
Okay. Does she have a car that she lets you use at all?
No.
Does she have a car at all? Maybe that, not that she lets you use,
No.
does she have a car in her name at all?
I think she did at one point.
Does she right now?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I'm not gonna say no because I don't know. I honestly don't know. Me and my mom we was kind of having family issues for a while, so we didn't talk for a while. Issues that didn't have nothing to do with this. It was between me and her. So we started back talking when I was in Georgia. So whatever she had going on when I was on the West Coast, coming back to Milwaukee, I don't know. But I can tell you this. My mom is 60-some years old. She's never drove. She doesn't know how to drive. She doesn't even have a license.
Okay.
She catches the bus to work, which I don't like her doing because Milwaukee.
Sure.
She has to go. She works at Freighter, so she has to go. The way her bus route goes, she has to go way up to like 92nd. Then somewhere she told me they don't even have a bus depot thing.
Mhm.
So it's getting cold and it's dark out there, and she's just standing out there. And I was just like, I don't want. So I'm like, you probably gonna have to change your route to catch the bus from downtown Milwaukee on Wisconsin Street, downtown Milwaukee, and then go up because I don't like her.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't like her doing that.
So you just argued a little bit, and then you're saying you walked away yesterday.
Yeah, I just told her. I'm not finna freaking. It was
Yeah.
people out there. They would tell you I did not put my hands on this woman. I did not push this woman. I did not choke this woman.
People
I did
as
not
like-
kick this woman. I did not grab this woman. I did not do anything to this woman.
People out there, as in like, just regular old civilians?
Just regular
Like,
civilians. Just
People
regular,
that know you.
regular civilians.
Did you meet her by yourself?
I met her by myself.
No one from the house went with you?
No. and there was people walking up and down the street. Like I said, it was people out because it was daytime, so it wasn't like we was just in some secluded area where it was just me and her. It was people out there, and they.
But anybody that knows you or knows
nobody
her?
that knows me. Nobody that knows me. I don't know if it was anybody around that knows her, but I know people were walking up and down the street. People were walking around that park.
Sure.
It was like, basically, we were out in public. Like, if we was out in public, if something would have happened, people would have, yo, what the hell? Like, where was we going to go to not be seen?
All right, so I might have missed this. You touched on it. You were at the gas station or the park? I know the park's nearby. You met her at the gas station?
No, I'm saying the gas station. No, I met her at the park. The gas station was by the area that we were in. The gas station is by that park.
Yeah, I'm just clarifying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which car were you in when you met her at the...
I didn't meet her in the car. I walked right over there.
You walked?
I walked right over there to the park, and she was standing, like, right wherever this entrance to this park is. Like I said, it was people everywhere. So anybody would see us standing out there. She was standing right there waiting for me. I walked up, gave her a hug, and she was just like, well, my friend has my purse, so I don't have the money and all this. I'm like, so you had me come way out here?
Like a power play or something?
That's basically was like, yeah.
Okay.
You know, you basically, you see how fast you caught on to that, and I was just like, you had me come way out here. You know, I ain't even supposed to be around you like that. You had me come way out here to meet you, for you to try to play shit like this. I said, no, man, I'm gone.
Yeah.
So I'm out.
It was daylight when you met up with her. Was it still daylight pretty much when you walked away from her?
Yeah, it was daylight the whole time. This was broad daylight. That's what I'm saying. Like, people outside, everything going on, people walking around the park. I'm like, anybody would have saw us talking. Anybody would have saw if anything happened. Anybody would have saw if I did something to her, she did something to me, if I ran from the scene, if I did this, anybody would have seen it.
Do you know how she got out here to meet you out here? She didn't say?
She's apparently been staying out here.
Okay. So
this is what she told our mutual friend. I don't know if that's true.
All right.
I haven't talked to her and haven't seen her in like almost a month.
That's fine.
So I don't know.
You said you don't know where your phone is. We're talking your cell phone, right?
Yeah.
You're not sure. Did you leave it? Do you keep that with you? Is that your phone that you have with you all the time? Because you seem, I don't know where it is. I don't have it. You seem confused. It's missing. Is that something?
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
Like if you go somewhere, do you take your phone?
Absolutely. Okay. My mom just got me that phone. It's my first ever iPhone.
Okay.
I don't know if she was using it first kind of thing, but she was just like, I got a surprise for you. No, I never had an iPhone.
Hopefully we'll find it for you. And that's the number with the 610, if I had to call you after today, the 610, whatever.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. That's why I was asking him. I said, man, when I told him, I said, look, yo, I'm reaching for my ID. That's why I said, how can y'all not find my flip-flops or my phone? I had on some Green Bay Packer flip-flops because it was game day.
Okay. Were you out here at all Saturday?
No.
You never came into Waukesha Saturday?
Not at all, sir.
Okay. Is there any reason she would tell us anything different?
No. Why would she? She know I wasn't out here.
Women are crazy, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this woman is that crazy to just, I mean, she will lie. She's shown that, but then she, like I said, she'll just be like, I was mad. I was drunk, I was mad. And sometimes it's just, I was drunk, and I'll be like, but do you know you can't? Because now you making it hard for my family, because now they looking at it like we don't want you around her. Yeah. And I'm like, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I've been back and forth with this woman for 16 years. That's kind of hard to just be like, I'm just gonna completely just act like you don't exist. You got a child. Like I'm tied to this woman. We shared so many moments that
family's important.
Yeah, I just don't want her to. Don't come around me if you're drinking. That's it. We would never have any issues, never, unless she drinks.
So after you talk to her, Darrell, Where did you go? Do you have they found it was cold yesterday. You didn't have a jacket. Did you have a jacket with you?
I didn't initially have a jacket because, like I said, I was riding with somebody else. So I figured.
But you didn't bring one in anticipation of the cold?
I didn't because I figured I'm going from the house right to wherever we're going. So it wasn't like I'm finna hang out with y'all all night type of deal. We was just supposed to be watching the game, having a few cold ones, and then I was getting dropped back off home.
So what happened, Darrell, when you ended up, so I know you say you're not familiar with the area.
At all.
I'll lay this out for you.
At all.
Follow me for a minute. You say you're kind of near this park. I got an idea in my head of where you're talking, based on my knowledge of the city. It's right near Stephanie's where you're hanging around watching the game and Marcus is there. You came out here with your phone, because you take it with you. How did you end up at this guy's house? Now, you said when you walked away from Erica, did she go the other way? You walked away.
From what I remember, she just stood there.
Okay,
she was just standing there like.
Right.
Well,
so
whatever.
you walked away and it was over.
It was over.
It was over. How did you end up at a guy's house asking to use his phone, which is blocks away from Stephanie's? Okay, I can tell you that based on my knowledge of the city, based on approximately where you're telling me it is, without your phone in your shoes. You understand where that's kind of weird? How did you get to be over there? What happened?
Yeah, but what basically happened with that was when I got back over there by old girl house, I just said, because I don't really know Stephanie like that. It's my friend's friend or partner or whatever the case may be. They was getting into it about pretty much the same thing that I was getting into it with Erica about. I was just like, him.
Who's him?
Marcus. Him, her, and whoever else, Stephanie.
Was there anyone else there other than...
Yeah, at her house, yeah.
Okay.
A few girls that I didn't know, but they had already said it was going to be people over there.
Okay.
So.
All right, so...
I was pissed because I feel like I just met up with her, with my baby's mama. I just met up with her for absolutely nothing. You tell me, okay, you out here in Waukesha, I'm out here, let's meet up, I got your money, and then I walk over there and you don't have the money. Or you do or you don't, you just ain't gonna give it to me, however the case may be. So I'm just like, okay, whatever.
Well, hold on.
When I get back,
got you pissed, but...
When I get back over there, I'm pissed.
Okay.
They was getting into it, and he like, man, come on, bro, we just finna go. And I'm like, what the going on? Like, I just got into it with it. Now y'all into it. He like, man, this bitch tripping, whatever, let's go. I'm like, nah. No. I'm like, I'm out, dog. And I just started
Marcus
walking.
wanted to leave?
He wanted to leave, but I don't know what the he was on. He probably didn't even get into it with old girl, but he out there like, man, let's just go, bro.
How long have you known Marcus?
I know Marcus for years.
Okay. I'm going to be straight with you, because you've been asking me for that all along. That doesn't make sense. And listen to me, okay? Just listen to me. You go to the... That wind was cold as hell.
Not at first.
Well, by the time it was getting later in the day, I mean, after the Packer game, you're talking 3:30, 4 o'clock, it was getting cold. I was outside for a while.
Yeah, it was about like
So,
3:30, yeah.
by the time you're talking, it was getting cold. All right? Marcus is ready to leave because this bitch is being crazy. He's like, I'm out. You just went through the same experience from what you're telling us. You live in Milwaukee.
I don't know what
Hold on,
exactly
hold on,
happened with
hold
him,
on.
though.
I mean, I told you to let me lay it out. I know you don't know exactly what happened. But who are you going to trust more? Marcus, who you've known for years, or Stephanie? Why would you walk away, walk all the way down to where you did, leave your phone in the apartment, apparently,
No, I didn't.
along with
leave
your
it. I
sandals,
didn't leave it. I didn't leave it.
and go down to where you were and not take the ride back to Milwaukee? You follow what I'm saying?
Right.
Can you understand?
I don't know if he
why that
left and
doesn't
went
make
back to
sense.
Milwaukee, though. I don't know if he did that.
But how are you going to get back if you don't get in the car?
I called an Uber. That's what I did.
So what happened? How did you get all the way to where you went? Because there's all these businesses in between where you were and where you got to. How did you end up at a random house without your shoes and your phone, Darrell?
This is what I'm saying. I had my flip-flops on. I had them.
Okay?
I just said that.
Where did they go?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if when they slammed me down, they just never, I don't know. I knocked on 2 doors, not just the one.
So you had your flip-flops.
I had my Green Bay
to
Packer
that point.
flip-flops on, yes.
Green Bay Packer. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. I wasn't just walking around with no shoes. That didn't happen until after the fact. That's what I'm trying to say, like.
So I guess another question I would have for you is if you had your phone too, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, you didn't leave it at the apartment.
No. That's why I was telling you it should have been on the grass. Remember, I described the phone to you. I said it's black. It has a cracked screen.
Yep. Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Why are you asking other people to use their phones? Why is that guy letting
My
you?
phone was dead.
Okay. When did it die?
I have no idea.
Okay.
And I didn't have a charger.
But you used it for the 3-way call.
And I used his phone for the 3-way call.
Okay.
Like I said, we got a mutual friend named Michelle. Me and Erica do. I've known Michelle just as long as I ever give you a hug, you kiss, whatever. I had my flip-flops on then. I wasn't, like I said, I wasn't just, because the ways he was making it seem like I was just running around with no shoes to begin with.
Right.
It's like, no.
I mean, it was pretty cold. You didn't have a jacket or a sweatshirt.
Well, I didn't have a jacket to begin with.
Okay.
I didn't have a jacket to begin with, but I'm saying my shoes, I had flip-flops.
But you had a jacket before? Or
I never had a jacket.
Okay.
I had flip-flops.
Right.
Green Bay Packer
Flip-flops,
flip-flops.
no jacket.
Right, because I didn't feel like I was going to be, like, I'm not going to be outside. Well, I'm thinking I'm not going to be outside. If I'm just going from a car to a house, it's no reason for me to have a coat on, or at least that's how I'm thinking. I always do that. That's just like if I had a car and I know I'm finna go somewhere and I'm like, I'm just going from here to there. Well, it's no reason for me to just get all bundled up and do all this and that. It's no reason for
Were
me.
there still a bunch of people out when you left? When you left her house?
It was still daytime.
Okay,
It
you
was
said
still
there were a bunch
daytime.
of people when you were talking to Erica. There were still a bunch of people when you left Stephanie's.
When I was I wasn't talking.
When you left Stephanie's,
It was still daytime.
it was still daytime?
Yes.
Okay. Were there still a lot of people out?
It was
Kinda
still
like there
it was
were?
still people out.
Okay.
It was still people out. Not a lot in that area. By the park, it was a lot of people out.
Okay.
Like I said, it looked like something was, I don't know what the hell. But it was a lot of people out. And it was, like I said, it was people, it was older couples walking down the street. It was younger people walking down the street.
It
People
looked
just,
like an event or something was going on?
I don't know, but it kind of seemed like it was a lot, like it was something going on to where it was vibrant. Because it was a lot of people everywhere.
Walking
everywhere.
up and down the street.
Everywhere, it's people. That's why I'm saying, like, if I got into a fight with her right there, it would be impossible for somebody to not be like, hey, this guy's fighting this chick or whatever the case may be. Like, how could somebody not see something?
How long was it between leaving Stephanie's and those cops yelling at you at the door of that guy's house.
Was it dark when they yelled at you?
Yeah, by the time they came, it was dark.
Okay.
But we had been sitting out there. We had been sitting out there for a minute, me and the guy. We was sitting right there on the porch. We was just sitting there.
Define how long, estimate.
Maybe 20, 30 minutes, maybe.
Okay.
It wasn't long, but it was long enough for, like, 'cause like I said, he let me use his phone. We sat on the porch. We were sitting right there, just like this, just sitting on the porch, while I called me an Uber. I called the Uber. I said, look, man, I let him know. I said, look, I ain't trying to rob you or nothing like that, 'cause when I knocked on the door, he kind of was like, whoa. I'm like, look, I don't got no weapons. I'm not trying to break in your house. I'm not trying to rob you. Nothing like that, dog. I just need to call an Uber. That's it. I'm not, he was just like, okay. I come out, boom. I need an Uber to, what's your address? He told me the address. And we was just sitting there waiting. That's how I was going to get back home. I told him, I said, I got money on my card. I'm not asking you for no money. I just need to use your phone. That's it. That was it. That was all. And then from there, we sat on the porch and just shot the out.
I'm saying, you told me last night he was cool with that, like he wasn't,
Yeah,
he wasn't being weird, he was just like, oh yeah, I'll help you out.
Yeah, we just sat there on the porch.
Alright.
And he did ask me, he said, do you need a jacket? I said, no, I'm straight. Like, I'll be home, as soon as the Uber come, I know it's probably going to cost me probably like $40 to get from me. I'm guessing, I don't know, but probably, but I had enough on my card to where I knew I can get home. And that was the main thing. I'm like, I'm just going home. She can keep the money or whatever. I didn't even try to contact her further. I just was like, I'm gone. I'm calling this Uber and I'm going home. That's it.
Let me ask you this, Darrell. So you weren't out in Waukesha Saturday, just Sunday?
Yes, sir.
Right? Okay. Nothing physical yesterday. Like I told you, you're a part in the investigation. There's a lot of parts, right, to any investigation. There's people we talk. Well, this domestic abuse thing I'm telling you about, right? Okay.
So wait.
Hold on. Let me go.
I'm sorry. I just had a question, but
you talked about being a religious man, right?
I could do better.
God.
I could definitely do better.
We all could.
I'm not.
We all could.
No,
That's why.
Yesterday was a mistake. I should have just freaking watched the game and just fucking went home.
Right.
Because.
And that's the thing. What do they teach us in Christianity, Darrell? That they teach us that we're broken, right? We're sinners. Even when we're born sinners. We're broken. That's why
Psalm 51,
we're so
17.
thankful for God's grace and forgiveness, right? When we ask for it.
Absolutely.
Even though we don't deserve it. But when we ask for it, He gives it. All right? You're a father. You got 3 children, 18, 14, and 7?
Yes, sir.
All right, you got a mama that raised you well, and a God you believe in.
Absolutely.
All right, and all of them are, here's the thing the law want, is to tell, that you're telling the absolute whole truth and nothing but the truth, right?
Absolutely.
So help you God, right?
Absolutely.
Sound familiar? We've all heard that, right? And I just have concerns if I fact check that Darrell's not telling me the truth. You don't have a car, so Marcus had to bring you out. You don't own a car, your mom doesn't own a car, right? So Marcus had to bring you out. So why did we find you with a car key in your pocket?
It wasn't in my pocket. I don't even know where, they said that was laying on the ground.
That's yours.
Yeah. It should have been by my ID.
Yeah, it's yours. It's your car key, okay? Because it goes to a Ford Escape in your mom's name covered in Waukesha. Okay. Listen, Darrell. I'm trying to be as open and honest with you as I can be. You know, I'm Christian too, and believe me, I'm not perfect. And neither are you. And I'm not calling you a terrible man. I'm not saying you were out yesterday hunting, and just let me finish. But you did not walk to that house. You did not walk to that house. You did not come here in a tan Kia. You didn't.
In a who?
You did not come out here in a tan Kia. Okay? You got a key in your pocket to a car in your mom's name. Okay? And that key works for that car. For the love of God, Marcus. For yourself, for your family. You know what happened yesterday. For the people. Tell me what happened.
Well, what?
With the car.
What am I being
with your mom's
for?
car. You were driving goofy, people called in, you drove out of there in your mom's car, the red car, you're driving a little silly, probably because you're pissed. You met up with Erica in the car at the park. Now initially I believe you told us the gas station, do I have that right? And then you changed it to the park. So that's an injustice.
No, I said the house was by the gas station. When you said what was by.
You said you went and it was by a gas station, that's where you met her.
No. I said I met her at the park.
Okay.
At a creek. I did say that.
You met her at the park in your mom's car. A red Ford Escape. She got in, you talked, and what you're telling me seems pretty consistent, that there was nothing physical between the two of you.
No, I did. No.
But you met her in the car.
I didn't put my hands on her, nothing
But
like
you
that.
met her in the car.
What's going on, man?
Asking you a question.
Just be.
You were out there
Just tell
driving
me
kind
what's
of
going
crazy.
on,
Some
man.
people said you were driving kind of crazy. We got reports of it. You got the key, you got the car. Did you take the car, or did your mom give you the car? I know you know what car I'm talking about.
I just want to know. So.
Some people
Now,
reported,
listen,
you had all those
okay,
people
no,
out
no,
there, and
no,
they
no,
reported that
no.
car driving a bit erratic.
I know what you're saying. All I'm saying is this. All I'm saying is this. We all been straight up with each other. You knew it was more to what you was asking me yesterday.
Didn't know
That
for
would
sure.
explain the FBI and all that, right?
They're not here today. So if it's that big a deal, you don't see them here today.
Come on, Kurt. Heck, we been.
You guys met in the car, in the park.
We been cool, man, the whole time. If I did something
Yeah,
wrong,
that's why they were here. But do you see them here today? They're not here today.
Yeah, but y'all lied to me, man. You made it seem like they just come for no reason.
Well, here's the thing, Darrell.
And I'm like, what
And
if it's
listen to me for a minute.
I apologize.
I can give you a clean slate here.
I apologize.
Because you have lied to us as well. Because you came out here in the red Ford Escape. Okay, that is what you came out here in. You had the key. Alright? So, what I want to do is try to give us all a chance to reset. You understand what I'm saying? Start over. Because you're not giving us an accurate story. You didn't ride out with Marcus in a tan car. You said your mom doesn't have a car. I've just told you we've disproven that. Alright? I don't know what kind of woman she is. I don't know what y'all been through. But you were seen in the car driving kinda acting a fool. Okay? In basically the same area that you've already been able to describe to me. I'm just trying to figure out how and why it happened. What made you tear out of there? What made you so mad where you're like, and you raced on out of there? And then people call, man, he's driving around here kind of fast.
All I want to know, like I said, y'all been cool with me. Am I charged with anything? That's all I want to know. I'll tell you anything you want to know.
Right now,
Listen. I was
you were driving a bit
so
reckless.
listen.
Might
I
be an
was
OWI.
no, listen. No, I don't drink.
Oh.
You said you
had a couple cold ones during the game.
No, yeah, but I'm saying the hard alcohol
Okay.
is not my thing. I was not drunk. When you get the blood back, it's not going to be any alcohol in it.
Okay.
THC, for sure, because I smoke. And if it stays in your system for 30 days, then it's going to be in there. No hard alcohol. I wasn't drunk.
Okay.
All I was saying was, it just felt like, let's railroad this dude. Because that's how it felt.
When?
The whole process yesterday. And I know you guys are a little bit different than Milwaukee. I would never, two different departments, two different things. I get it. But Milwaukee would have just been like, look, we want to talk to you about this what you're charged with, this and this and this what you're looking at. With y'all, it was kind of like, y'all know, but y'all just not going to say nothing.
There were a lot of things going on yesterday. That's not a lie. A lot of officers were busy on other stuff. So,
And it was not a
they
lie that we had to talk to
weren't able
Erica.
to find her. They knew you had talked to her, but they weren't. She didn't call it.
All I'm
Someone else
saying is,
called
she
it.
didn't say I hit her, did she?
Yesterday, no.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, because I'm like, I did not. So that's, at least y'all know that
Mhm.
that much. I did not put my hands on this woman at all. Not a choke, not a kick, not a slap, not a punch, not a push, not a grab.
Not yesterday, right.
I did not touch her.
Right, so what had you so mad? Because you had your mom's car. Or I don't know if you use it. who uses it? You got the key in the car. Is it hers? Is it yours that she lets you use? Let's clean that part up. Whose car is it?
It's my mom's car.
Okay. How often do you drive it?
Not very much.
It's the red Ford Escape?
It's all I want to know. Please. Just please. Whatever you can't tell me, I understand. I understand. All I want to know, just so I can have a peace of mind, just for my girls, man. What am I looking at?
Well, the fact you were kind of racing around up and down the street. That's the first part. Right? So, we're not quite there yet. I'm trying to figure out if I've got all my facts right first. So, this wasn't a three-way call. Let's back up to there for a second. How did you come to meet her in the park?
So y'all can't tell me nothing?
Well, you were driving, he told you yesterday they took the blood.
Oh yeah, I know that.
So, I mean,
he was gonna take that
there's
anyway.
the
right?
OWI there.
The OWI.
Got some reckless driving.
Reckless driving.
Yeah, because you kind of accelerated out of there. Why did you tear out of the park so fast?
Reckless driving.
Why did you tear out of the park so fast?
So, you don't gotta tase me, dude.
Sorry. Just to replace it with my hand.
No, I'm just saying, I'm not trying to do nothing crazy
No, that
here.
wasn't that.
No, I've been tased before, so when I see that, it's like, whoa, you don't have to do that, man. I already got slammed on my shoulder.
My bad. There was nothing there.
Okay.
It was just me resting my hand.
I'm just saying.
Yep. Nope.
I'm not gonna fight. I'm not gonna try to run. I'm not gonna try to hurt anybody or myself or anything.
That's my bad. There was nothing. There's no message there.
Go.
What am I looking at, man? I don't have a problem with telling you everything you need to know. I just want to know what I'm looking at, just for my kids' sake, so I can just at least.
So we're fact collectors. Like I was telling you before, my job isn't to pin something on you that you didn't do. My job is to figure out what happened, what the truth is. And as he was explaining before, there's, one version, somebody else's version. In the case of the domestic stuff, Erica, what she said to the officers, what you're telling us, and sometimes, most of the time, the truth somewhere in the middle
So
of that. So our job is to collect all that. At this time, you're not being charged with anything. Nothing's up at the DA's office. I haven't written any report. Jay hasn't written any report.
That's what I was saying, because I'm still like, I haven't had a chance to talk to anybody, so I was just kind of like, if I did get the opportunity, I'm going to call, obviously, home to see if my girls are, see if my girls are okay. So what am I supposed to tell them? Like, what's going on? I don't know what I'm facing. I don't know if I'm even coming home. I don't know.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And that's kind of the point of this interview with you talking to us, so we can get that background, and if there are charges, that they're appropriate. Like we said, Erica, intoxicated, troublemaker, previously recanted about stuff. That's stuff that we're going to go look into. Milwaukee, you ever had this lady call and say, hey, that was garbage that I said. You told us that she's done that in the past.
She does it every time.
Right.
And that's like I said, you said you talked to her, right? Honestly.
No, I didn't talk to her. We listened to the interview.
You want any more of this to eat?
That fish sandwich. It's in the bigger bag.
Oh,
the little bag you
I just wanted both, I didn't know.
Okay.
So like I said, we're just here collecting the facts. That's the point of this interview, is to collect facts. Because I don't want to tell you that, you're charged with X, Y, Z if you didn't do X, Y, Z. We got to collect it. It's all fact gathering.
I just feel like y'all know more than what y'all say though, and that's what has me like why should I cooperate when there's no cooperation with me? Nothing I'm saying is gonna help me.
I mean, like, it doesn't make sense to you that we're trying to gather the facts?
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't make sense,
Okay.
what you guys are doing. I'm just saying I don't want to get railroaded by people not being honest. That's all I'm saying. And if I don't know what I'm looking at, it's like, what the hell? Like, why should I just sit here and be like, oh, this is everything and blah 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 blah, and then people come back and be like, okay, well, okay, now so now we're gonna charge you with this and this and this and this and this when y'all knew this from the door.
Well, we don't know that we're gonna charge you. That's, again, the fact
And
is,
it's like,
we're
dude.
asking the questions about, you know what I mean? That's why we ask the questions, so that we can figure it out. Like we said, our goal isn't to get you in trouble and pin anything and everything on you. Our goal is to find out the truth about what happened. You know a version of events that happened, and we want to hear that from you, so that we understand that version of events.
By me being 100% honest, I'm still going to get charged with not being honest.
Being obstructing?
Yeah.
I'm not doing that.
That's not, that's not
You know what I mean? And it's like, I'm only doing that.
I'm not doing that.
My thing is, I know that I didn't put my hands on this woman. I know, like I said, I love this girl, man. Like, regardless to anything, we gonna end up being together. That's why I don't understand why we go through, like, why people can say something that they know didn't happen and you still get jammed up for it.
Right.
I don't think it's right.
No, and that's why we're asking those questions, so that you don't get
I
jammed
think
up
she
any
should have
further.
just been like, look, man, because I haven't been even talking to her. I haven't been trying to get in contact with her. I haven't been trying to haven't been doing any of that, but she's been doing it with me.
Mhm.
And the fact that, yeah, you do have some money in mind that you were holding for me. I do need that at this point. But don't make it seem like I'm just the type of guy that just wake up in the morning and just want to beat the hell out of you. Like, I'm not that type of dude.
No, I know.
And you know, and she knows this.
I don't believe that you are. But what the picture that you're painting for me is that yesterday she did that to you. Hey, I got money. I got your money. You go, she doesn't have your money. You get mad. You do the right thing. You didn't hit her. You didn't succumb to any of those.
At all.
Right.
I did not put my hands on this woman at all. I'm sorry about that.
No problem. You didn't do any of the things that lesser men would do when they get pissed off at their ladies that's dicking them around.
I know how to.
So you got mad.
I know how to remove myself.
Right. So you got mad and you removed yourself. But when you removed yourself, you tore out of there in the car in your mom's Escape, and you were driving
Where were
a
you
little
going?
goofy.
Where were you going when you left? When you pulled away in the car?
This is my thing. Anything that I say, I've been through this too many times. I try to be cooperative, straight up with, and then I'll come back and I still have a million charges. And nobody was straight up with me. And it's like, nobody don't have to lie to me. If I'm facing some serious charges, I'm facing some serious charges. If I'm not, I'm not. I just be wanting to know the truth. They don't even have to tell me what the charges are.
Mm-hmm.
Just, hey man, it's kind of bad, or hey man, like, you know, you keep showing us the real. We wipe this off, and you just give me, you know what I mean, and then we go from there. That's different. But every time I go through this, even when I know, I'm like, okay. Like I just went through this with her, and I'm like, I know I didn't do nothing. There's no reason for me not to, you know, talk to the guy or the police guy or whatever, because I know I didn't do anything. I know she's gonna sit up and be like she was just drunk, she was mad, which she did, which I told him she was gonna do. And this guy was just like, oh yeah, well, you know, blah blah blah. Come back and I got 7, 8 charges, and I'm like, what?
So your issue right now with us is you feel like we're not sharing.
I'm getting railroaded.
Okay.
I know I am. No, y'all not telling me what's really going on.
But we're not getting the full truth either.
I know, but and what I was saying was,
I didn't get that issue. So when you left, you guys met in the car. You didn't walk there. She got in the car.
If I tell you everything that happened, are y'all gonna be straight up with me about what I'm facing? That's all I want to know.
Well,
I don't want to know
understand.
anything else. I don't need you guys to tell me, hey man, this is this, that is that, this is this. I just want to know. Just for the fact that, like I said, my girls.
Yeah, no, I got you. I don't know the entirety right now. So while I'm here, a couple officers talked to Erica. I'm not the only one working on it, so I don't know everything. I got a report to a boss, so I don't know exactly everything that's going to be yet. And that part's not a lie. I don't know exactly everything that's going to be yet. I'm just trying to figure out, to get to that point where I can have a clear idea and call who I need to call to get some of the information to find that all out. I'm trying to get a clear idea of what really happened regarding you and her. And when you drove away, where you were going. Or did you not know? You know what I'm saying? Because right now, I don't know everything.
Wow.
Because I'm out here and they're out there. Out in Waukesha.
Right, and I'm like, how long do I gotta sit in this? Where are we at?
Skego.
How long do I gotta sit in this jail before I can call somebody? Get a phone call, let my daughters know, hey man, I don't know what's going on, but it's good to hear your voice. Are y'all okay?
Yeah, we're trying to get to that point, Darrell, but the question I asked you when you left, Where were you did you know or did you not know? Were you just mad and you left? Where were you going when you initially drove off? That's an easy, if you didn't know where the hell you were going, or you didn't have an idea, or you didn't have a particular destination in mind, you know, so be it. And we've been talking a couple hours, you wanna sit and eat a minute?
I wish they had some Tylenol. I've been trying to fight this pain, man, since
They might, I don't know.
they show.
I don't know how, did you ask them?
Yes,
So they don't?
they just said they'll see.
Okay.
We'll see. It hurt worse now than it did yesterday, or last night, rather.
Yeah, it's gonna be sore,
It's definitely sore.
there's no doubt about that.
Oh my God.
Take a break and see if we can round up some Tylenol, let him eat.
Yeah, we can see if we can, how about we see if we, want me to see if I can find some?
Yeah, I just wanted.
Let me see if I can find some.
It's
I
so
can't
many
give you any
things going through my
guarantees.
mind right now. The pain,
You
I'm
don't
not
know-
even. I didn't even know she called or
She didn't call,
Or
I
the
think.
cops or-
Yeah, someone else did. I know you said you lost your phone, or you didn't
Yeah.
know where it went dead, and now you don't know where it is. If we find it, so we know it's yours, can get it back to you, I know you said it's cracked, but
no. Well, the
They're out.
screen is cracked, but it has a. I don't think it
the-
went all the way to the
what's
glass.
the code? So we know it's yours, and if we can try to return it.
It doesn't have a number code. It has, you have to
Can you draw it?
do it with that.
Can you draw it?
It's dead. It's not even gonna turn on.
Well, Yeah, but
We don't wanna
we
give you
can
somebody
charge
else's
it, we don't wanna
phone.
give it to somebody else. Are you, it's like,
It's a 7.
I draw the keypad right there.
It's
Typically, it's 6.
the phone is dead. So
Like I said, we can charge it. I don't want somebody else to say, oh, that's my phone.
Are you
Now
able
we're
to
giving
draw
your
it?
property to somebody else.
wait a
You know what I
minute. So
mean?
that sounds like y'all got my phone.
If we find it, I didn't say we had it, I said if we find it.
It's a 7.
Alright, so in that direction? Okay. Alright, so this way down? Okay. No, I don't know if they have it now, but if we find it, you don't have it, so it, I would think be in somewhere in the area of that house.
Man, it's wow.
So you want us to look for
Yeah.
some Tylenol?
Yeah, it would be good to just kill some of this pain, but I just, like I said, man, I don't want you guys to be like, man, it's just so much going through my head. The
Not
main
here to
thing
call
I'm
you
thinking
back, yeah.
about is my girls, man,
Mm-hmm.
and you know, I just, man, Erica, man, I love that girl, man, and like, there's no reason for her to put me in this type of position because you're mad at me, dude. You know I didn't put my hands on you. You know I did.
Yeah.
Not one thing, like I said, not a slap, not a punch, not a kick, not a push, not a choke, a grab. I didn't snatch her up, or you know what I'm saying? Nothing. I wouldn't even been around you if you didn't say you had my money. I would have never came around her. I would have just let it play out, and then, you know, eventually we're gonna talk. That's smart. We're gonna talk. We're gonna eventually be back around each other. Our only problem is when she drinks. When she drinks, that's when everything goes left. That's the only time me and her ever have issues. The only time. Like, she's not a bad woman, man. It's just that alcohol. It just, I don't know what it does to her. She's been drinking for a long time, and it just makes her. You would be like, I don't even know this person, and then when she's sober again, it's, I'm sorry, I'm this, I'm that. She's crying, she's this, she's that, and it's like, I love you anyway. I just want you to stop drinking. You know, that's it. Just stop drinking, man. You
Get rid of that stuff, right?
man, it could, because man, we've lost so much, not just me and her. We've both lost so much because of it. You know, it's to the point, like I said, where my mom's kind of like, yeah, I don't know, if she drinking, she can't be, you know what I mean? It shouldn't be like that because we all family.
Yeah. Your mom's a pretty good judge of character and whatnot.
Yeah, and I'm just like, come on, man, like, we gonna be together anyway. So why keep having me go through all this and that when you know I'm trying my hardest to get back on track, man. I'm tired of sitting in places like this, being cuffed, getting my freedom taken from me. I'm tired of it. I'm not a bad dude, man. I don't run around here robbing people and carjacking people and some of this shit. I don't sell drugs. I'm not into none of that shit.
No, no one here said you were.
I know, I'm just saying, you know, I'm not into none of the garbage.
No one here said you were.
It's just I have a freaking problem with my baby mama because me and her love each other and she drinks and we won't stay away from each other. That's my biggest thing right now.
Right.
Is the fact that you can't expect me to just throw 16 years just down the drain and be like, oh, I'm just gonna act like she doesn't exist. I'm not gonna do that to her. And then that's only gonna hurt my daughter because my daughter is like, she really pushes for that. I want you guys to work it out. I want you guys to get along more. I want you guys to. And if I'm telling my daughter, oh, I'm not messing with your mama, blah, 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 it's gonna hurt her too. And, you know, I want to be happy, but I want my girls and my kids to be happy. And I'm saying all my girls, Mom, Erica, my daughters.
Just want what's best for them.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, you seem like no one's saying you're a terrible guy here, Darrell. But you know, you don't. I'm just asking for you to be with Erica and, you know, how you got out here. You want us to go, what were you gonna say?
I said, yeah, I know what you. It's just, man, it's just hard. It's just hard going through. It seemed like I just can't catch a break, man. You know, this one of my open cases is almost 2 years old. I've been fighting this, and I've been getting everything back on track. Had my job, lost that from, you know, just being, like I said, I didn't get fired or anything, and I wasn't the only person that got laid off, so it wasn't just a me thing. You know, a lot of people lost their job. Man, it seemed like right when I'm right, I can feel it, like I'm finna turn that corner, everything's gonna line up. Something happens. And it's like, what am I doing to deserve it? I can see if I was, you know, involved with a lot of the that goes on in Milwaukee. I can see that.
But you're not.
I'm not. I'm still getting fucked over. You know what I mean? It's like, man, man, dude. All I keep seeing is my baby girl's face. I just keep seeing is like a replay.
Your 14-year-old or your youngest?
My 7-year-old. Yeah, she's like a daddy's girl. Like I don't even think I can stress it. Like I couldn't even stress it. Like a daddy's girl.
Right.
And it just, man, I'm just, besides physically hurting, I'm just like, my heart is hurting, man, because I keep having to go through stuff like this and being away from her. I'm missing her grow up, man. My mom's getting older. Tomorrow ain't promised. Something can happen to her, and I'm in a situation like this, and I can't even help my family. I can't even help, you know, God forbid if something was to happen to my mom, I can't even help her. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's a lot of things that I think about because I'm getting older, and it's like, my mom ain't gonna always be here. You know, my sister died when she was 31. I've been helping raise her kids since. Her son is grown now, but she still got a 14-year-old. That she never even got a chance to see her son walk across the stage. I got a chance to see my son do that. That's a proud moment, like I got my son through high school. Now I'm waiting on the girls, man. It's just like, it's so much for me to look forward to, but it's like this woman, man, and I love her to death, man. I want her to be my wife, man, but I just wish somebody could tell her that. Like, I wish somebody could really tell her, like, man, this dude loves you, man. Why are you doing this to this guy, man? He literally wants to marry you. 16 years, man, off and on. I'm not gonna go mess with nobody else, man. That's the person that I want to be with, but I'm not gonna continue to be the scapegoat because you want to drink. And when you know I don't, you making it seem like I just beat up on you. Like I'm just like you're a punching bag or something. I don't wake up and be like, oh, bitch, I'm gonna hit you. Well, I'm like, what?
Mm-hmm.
It's like almost like I'm demonized here. Like,
I'm not saying you're a demon.
no, not you, not y'all saying that. But it's just I feel that way because
we're just trying to just.
I know you heard that. Oh my God. Oh, that hurt.
Sure.
I know you heard that.
I heard it. It's in check.
We're gonna go check with them. Maybe they'll listen to us a little bit better.
Fuck.
Want us to check?
Yeah, oh my God.
Yeah, give us a minute. See what we got.
Dude, it gotta, it gotta be something wrong, man. How in the hell is it?
Sometimes sprains will pop too.
Yeah, but why is it hurting like this and they say there's nothing?
Because
Dude,
sprains can actually be more painful than a break.
whatever
they got,
they did, it hurt so bad.
You want to keep the food? Why don't you keep the food and the soda, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
God. Ah.
Just want to sip on?
Yeah.
I think we got that Tylenol. We'll be right with you.
Why not?
What's going on, man?
We're gonna get you the Tylenol.
Yeah.
Talk some more.
Am I looking at a domestic?
That's what we're trying to figure out with her. Trying to figure out how credible she is. From what you're telling us, it doesn't sound like she's very credible.
Man, and it's just like I said, man. She just does this when she's drunk. She's not a bad person. I'm not gonna sit here and bash her and make it seem like she's not a bad woman. She's not. She's not. She drinks. That's what her issue is. She isn't into any hardcore drugs or anything like that. She doesn't smoke weed. That's me. That bottle.
Yeah.
That bottle.
Everybody's got their own demon.
Yeah, it's that bottle, man, with her. So, I just, man, I'm hurting, man.
I see that.
Like, I'm hurting here, man.
I see that.
I'm hurting here, man. I should be home with my girls, man. I'm trying to work this out with her, not like this where I gotta be locked up and, you know, man, I'm hurt, dude. My mom's, I know she's disappointed. I know she is telling me right now, you was just turning the corner, you was getting everything on track, man. Why did you, she gonna say, why did you talk to that girl? That's what my mom is gonna say. Why didn't you just let that girl, why did you talk to that girl? That's gonna be her thing. Why did you talk to that girl? And it's like, Mom, you don't understand, man. 16 years off and on is a long time to just be like, I'm not messing with somebody anymore. You know?
Once you have a kid with somebody, it changes everything.
Well, with my son, Mom, it was different. You know, with my baby girl's mom, it was different. But with her, it was like we had more history. We spent more time with each other, like we really was around. know each other. We saw the good, the bad, the ugly of each other. We've been through stuff together. We've shared a lot of great moments. So it's like, it's just hard to just be like, forget you. It's hard. It's hard to just, for me to just throw her away, man.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to do that to her. And it's like, I probably know I should at this point because you keep getting me in trouble when you don't. You do things you don't have to do. You didn't have to do this. You didn't.
You forgive her after those incidents, or is it kind of something that's difficult? There's no judgment there, but...
Man, like, at this point, I don't know, because it's like, I don't even know when I'm ever even going to be able to hug and kiss my girls again. Mm-hmm. And all of them. My mom, like I said, she's getting older. She can go today, tomorrow, like, not wishing that, but it can happen. And then where does that leave me? I can't even see my mom get buried, or I can't even see my mom. Like, you know what I'm trying to say? What happens, like, if some crazy person or somebody just decides to shoot up the school one day, and my daughter's in there. So it's so much stuff that I think about at this age, like, that I wasn't thinking about 10 years ago.
Sure.
And stuff like that, because now I'm getting, dude, I don't have, like, my time is on borrowed time. I'm not the healthiest of people, so my time is even on borrowed time.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, man, don't do this to me, man, when you know it's supposed to be all love, man. Like, you know what my family's about, you know how it's supposed to be all love. Don't do this to me. Not lie. If you're going to do it, if I'm going to get domestic, let it be because I did something.
I agree with you fully.
And if it was that, I would be like, yo, I slapped her. You know, y'all gonna do what y'all gonna do to me for that? Hey, you know, we got into it. We fought, but not because you mad. You think it's other females. You think, and then you playing like, you know, that's my money you got. That's not even your money. Like, so was that the bribe? Was that, you know what I mean? That's what it seemed like. Now you just use that to, because she kept saying, I ain't seen you in a month. I want to see you. I want to see you. I want to do this and do that. You know, I'm like, I don't want to do none of the sexual stuff.
But once she says, hey, I got your money, gets you out there. Like I said, it sounds like a power play.
It's my money.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm like, who's not going to be like, I mean, I got bills to pay too. I got kids to feed too.
Sounds like, yeah, she's not a wise investment in terms of,
and that's why I say
somebody your money.
You seen my ID in my car, you know what I'm saying? Like, I make sure that my kids can eat, you know, at least that, you know, and whatever else I can do, I try to do. But everything was lining up. Like, I most likely can get my job back. Now, I don't know, man. I'm hurt, man. Because it's like, if she doesn't tell the truth about this, where does that leave me?
Step up for one moment. Can only give you like 2.
Yeah, it's getting to the point where I'm like, I managed all the pain I can manage. I managed all the pain I can manage.
So what was your question you're asking when I stepped back in?
She tells the truth and says, hey, man, well, obviously they know I didn't put my hands on her or anything like that.
Sure, right.
Once she lets you guys know, hey, man, I was just pissed off. Then what?
Well, okay. So she
tells us she's just off. So the thing that's important to me, and especially to you, because, you know, you talked about your faith and all, is just being honest, no matter what the situation is, both big and little, not just big stuff, but little too. Just being, you know, straight up. Well, hold on. Yeah, I heard it. We kind of touched on that.
I was just saying.
I hear it. But, you know, I know your kids are important to you, okay? I know your mom's important to you. Family's important to you. You want the best for them, right? You want them to be safe.
Absolutely.
Right? Absolutely. Okay. And I'm just trying to figure out, when you left there yesterday, where you were going. That's basically it. Where you were trying to go, what happened.
That's
okay, and what would you want someone to tell me if, you know, after what happened when you left, it involved one of your family members. No one's, you got some injuries, right?
Yeah, that was just
some people.
from,
No,
that was
not
just
you.
from them
Not you.
slamming.
From after you drove away, some people had to get checked out at the hospital, and they're all right. They had to get checked out. Now, you know what I'm talking about. They had to get checked out.
What do you mean?
After you left yesterday, after you drove off, okay? You kind of tore out of there and you were upset. There were a lot of, like you said, there were some people around, and, you know, a couple injuries to some people's legs. I know you were driving the car, all right, but just, we're trying to understand what happened. What would Darrell want Ben to say to me if Ben were upset and there was an accident? And
that's what you was alluding to.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Law and Crime Trial Network. My name is Bob Bianchi, and I'll be breaking down the latest trial news of the day for the next hour. Right now, we're waiting for a Texas jury to come back with a sentence for former Fort Worth police officer Aaron Dean. The 38-year-old former officer was found guilty of manslaughter for the 2019 shooting death of Atatiana Jefferson just last week. Dean faces up to 20 years after killing the 28-year-old victim during an open structure call. The defendant testified that Jefferson had a gun raised at him, but admitted that he had failed to identify himself as a police officer upon arrival. The only witness to the crime was the victim's nephew, who was only 8 years old at the time. The officer fired, killing her, again, not having identified himself as a police officer, while she had a gun in her hand, probably thinking somebody was trying to break into her home. Yesterday, we heard closing arguments from both sides before the jury started their deliberations. Let's take a little watch right now of some of those summations as we break it down with the excellent guests we have coming up.
You heard from Dr. Kyle Clayton, the forensic psychologist. And this is an expert that both sides call. He testifies and works for the defense. He testifies and works for the state. Whoever calls him, he does good work, and he testifies to whatever he finds. He was hired by the Fort Worth Police Department, as he's been with many other agencies, to do a pre-employment psychological evaluation. Narcissistic, grandiosity, has grandiose tendencies, domineering, over-controlling, forceful, dominant personality traits, uncritical of himself, denies flaws, minimizes behavior, little tolerance for disagreement, can be aggressive, has an unrealistic view of himself, someone that thinks that he can fly all of us in a commercial airline despite never having an hour of training. Someone that when you're asked to rank yourself, 9 out of 10. Not suitable for a position as a police officer. Psychologically speaking, he is not suitable because these tendencies that are well formed, ingrained, a thread throughout his entire personality, these are unchanged traits that put himself and others at risk. It is like a roadmap back in 2017 to how we ended up here and how we lost Atatiana back in October of 2019. These things don't change. And how do you know that even in the 3 years between the time that that was done and today? Because last week, the defendant testified, I think he did a pretty good job out there. You shot a woman in her own home. You disregarded every single standard operating procedural, general order, and just pure, reasonable human instinct. And a 28-year-old woman died, and you give yourself a fine job. You give yourself a B. This is not somebody that thinks he has done anything wrong. When the defense counsel gets up here, they're going to talk about the witnesses that they called. And those witnesses are not witnesses that you could hear from until now, till punishment. You heard from us, Dr. Clayton. You heard from us, Adarius Carr. You heard from us, Liz Turner. And why is Liz Turner important? Because we wanted to show you everything that we knew about him. And it's important to know, going all the way back to college, that's the way that he treats people. He's entitled, he's arrogant, he's aggressive. And that was 20 years ago, and she was talking to you from a place going right back there. She remembers that. She got emotional. It was hard for her. Because that's who he is.
Give you 7 minutes, Ms. Steve.
Thank you. So when he gets up here, when the defense counsel gets up here and talks to you about why you should give him probation, because that's for a low sentence or probation. For a low sentence or probation. Because his family got up here and said he was a good guy. Every case that I prosecute, there's a family member that gets up there and says they're a good guy. It's part of the deal. But I think it's important to think about the witnesses that we didn't hear from. Just as much as the ones that we did, right? Family members. We heard from one field training officer, just one single Fort Worth officer that said, I knew him for about 3 or 4 weeks, didn't have very good personal skills, we kept up, I don't know anything about this case. But don't you know that if the Fort Worth Police Department and all those guys and girls that work for him, 18 months side by side with him, almost 2 years, don't you know if they had something good to say, they would have been in here? There would have been a line out the door. And don't you know that those 3 psychologists that gave him a passing score, if they had something good to say, if they disagreed with Kyle Clayton, don't you know they'd been in here saying that? They would. I guarantee you they would. But instead, we have a family, which they're good people. This is not their fault. This is not their fault. But valuing them or him over her is a tragedy. It is not right. It is not just. In this case, the only appropriate verdict is the maximum sentence. It's the only thing that's appropriate.
Judge Gallagher's in charge of the probations in this court. Judge Gallagher's in charge of the terms and conditions. And you can trust Judge Gallagher to make sure that this matter's followed up on. And make sure that he knows everything that there is to know about what's going on with this probation. And Judge Gallagher can tailor the terms and conditions. He could take and put Aaron in jail for the weekend on the anniversary of this event so that Aaron never forgets, which he won't anyway. Judge Gallagher could order Aaron to sit down with administration from the Fort Worth Police Department, any other regional police training academies, and help them develop training curriculums so this situation never repeats itself. Aaron Dean can be an asset to law enforcement. And he can follow every other term and condition of probation that Judge Gallagher set out for him. Punishment, rehabilitation, and deterrence do not include the term revenge. And believe me, there are plenty in this community that are seeking that. But that's not the function of a jury. The function of a jury is to follow the law and set out the terms and conditions of probation that are applicable, or to make a decision that's applicable and based upon the facts of that particular case. There's no one else in this community that has heard all of the testimony and seen the demeanor of the witnesses and had your experience. This is your verdict and your verdict alone. And let's make no mistake about it. We are asking you to recommend to Judge Gallagher that Mr. Dean have his sentence probated. Because there is nothing to gain by sending this man to the penitentiary. No one can punish him more than he's already punished himself. We've talked about his need for rehabilitation. And we've talked about what exactly is it that we would deter by a penitentiary sentence here. What exactly would that be? Aaron didn't know who was on the other side of that window. As much as people want to make this a racial issue, it's not. He didn't know who was on the other side of that window. All he knew was they were armed. and they were a threat. So everything that's happened from then on is of low value in deciding what the sentence should be in this case. We had to file, the law requires that a motion, an application for probation be filed pre-trial, as the judge tells you in the jury charge. That's because both sides have to have the ability to question jurors such as yourselves about your ability to follow the law and to give fair consideration to the concept of probation, which all of you said that you would do. Every one of you. And ladies and gentlemen, on Aaron's behalf, on behalf of police officers and those who risk their lives on a daily basis to keep us safe, we're asking that you give that concept fair consideration here. Because this case deserves that fair consideration. Aaron deserves that fair consideration.
You have 2 minutes, Mr.
Thank you. Stand up there. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Aaron Dean. This is the man that you'll be passing judgment on in a few minutes. You heard from family and friends, members of the community that know Aaron the best. He's a good man. He's a very good man. He's a very good man who finds himself in a very tough situation. And we're asking that you take into consideration all of those good qualities that you heard about. Because this man possesses all of those.
Dante Pointer is a civil rights attorney. Matthew Mangino is a criminal defense lawyer, former prosecutor. Dante, let me go to you first. What do you think this jury is struggling with right now in their deliberations as it pertains to sentencing?
Well, I think that as you've listened to both the criminal defense attorney and the prosecution, they're painting 2 different pictures of the same person. Well, the criminal defense attorney is saying, this is such a good man. He's a good guy. Your punishment could potentially be an indictment or in support of law enforcement. So he's turning it into more of a societal issue. Mm-hmm. The prosecution essentially is saying, this guy had traits that should not have even made him a police officer to begin with. Mm. So the jury is going to have to try to sort their way through this in terms of who do they think Aaron Dean is? And depending upon where they come out, it could be probation or it could be a lot of time. Yeah, Matt, let me pick up on that a little bit about, this is kind of who he was when he became a police officer. Again, we practice in different jurisdictions, but I mean, I can tell you there were some comments made by the prosecutor that I thought, at least where I was, they would have been slammed down, shut the door. First of all, going over character evidence, bashing the defendant's character. I actually looked up evidence rule 404 in Texas. It does exist in Texas that bad character evidence is not admissible. There are exceptions to it, but basically saying he's got these personality disorders, and that was strange to me. The other one is that they were commenting on witnesses the defense did not call, which is also usually very limited because there's many reasons why the defense doesn't have to prove anything. It kind of flips the burden on the defense there. And I got to be honest with you, I don't know, what did you think also by the comment that by your verdict you already showed mercy by giving him manslaughter when the jury is specifically instructed they're not to use any prejudice, compassion, or sympathy when doing the verdict, but only on the law and on the facts. So that's not what they were supposed to have done. Did that strike you as odd when you were hearing all that?
Well, it did, Bob, particularly the comments about witnesses that weren't called. One thing that we have to, and again, as you mentioned earlier, we practice in different jurisdictions, neither of us in Texas, and this is unusual to begin with. In Pennsylvania, where I practice, a jury would not decide a sentence unless it was an issue of life or death. So here we're in sort of this quasi-presentation with regard to sentencing. And so the rules of evidence are a little more liberal sentencing. Certainly things with regard to character that would not ever be admissible at a guilt phase of a trial could be more accessible in a penalty phase or sentencing phase, as this is in Texas. So some of those things I think sort of sneak under the wire because it's a sentencing phase and not a guilt phase. But here, still, we're talking about some things that I think are fundamental, particularly with regard to witnesses, at least from my viewpoint, witnesses that were not called in this case. I don't think you can make comment necessarily on witnesses that weren't called because of the burden of proof during the guilt phase of the trial.
Yeah, excellent analysis, guys. And, obviously the jury's got a lot to think about here with regard to sentencing, and that is where the game is at the end of the day. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more on the other end. Please stay with us. Welcome to Law&Crime Trial Network. Again, I'm Bob Bianchi, and for this segment, we're going to turn to trial news out of California, where disgraced big shot Hollywood producer Harvey Weinstein was convicted of rape and sexual assault in his Los Angeles trial this week. He was found guilty of 3 out of 7 charges against him for one of 4 women who he was accused of assaulting. The 3 charges Weinstein was convicted of were all tied to an actress and model who accused him of multiple sex crimes back in 2013. The verdict came in after 10 days of jury deliberations. The defamed producer faces a possible 24-year sentence for his Los Angeles conviction and is already serving a 23-year sentence for his New York rape conviction back in 2020. Now I want to bring back my expert panel to break this all down. So Adante, what do you think about the Me Too movement, Weinstein, justice? Is enough enough? Is it over? What are your thoughts about the whole thing?
Well, the Me Too movement is a very powerful movement. It's something that gained a lot of attention and has drawn a lot of people to this, a lot of attention to this issue. Weinstein is the face of the adversary to that movement, or some would say one of the faces of the target of that movement, which is removing people who have acted in the most brutish, piggish, and most violative ways against women and their rights. So he's facing the brunt for not only his reputation, but also for the acts that he's done. And so however the chips fall, that's how they fall. At the same time, what I thought was pretty interesting about this trial is that the jury just didn't convict him of all of those charges. It seems as if the jury really took time and parsed out those stories they believed versus ones that they found troubling and didn't convict him on those. So I think the jury gave fair consideration. And if he gets hit with 24 years, well, that's how the cookie crumbles.
Matthew, Adante seems to be prescient in going to where I'm going to go next with you, so I'm going to pick up again on what he just said. The jury hung on 3 counts, including sexual battery by restraint, forcible oral copulation, and rape. If the jury was hung on those counts, first of all, what happens to them? And do you agree with Adante that this, for appellate purposes down the road, would kind of telegraph to the appellate courts, the jury did parse out these facts. It wasn't just a vendetta, that they competently listened to the evidence and applied the law to the case?
Well, that may be an issue that the appellate courts would consider. I mean, there's 3 counts that the jury was hung on, and those cases can be tried again. We have the convictions on several counts. So the jury was very conscious of their responsibility. They were very careful in looking through the evidence, and obviously they convicted him and believed at least one of the witnesses, or felt that at least one of those witnesses, victims, was credible. Again, I understand the Me Too movement and that Harvey Weinstein was kind of the poster child for the Me Too movement, but this is not about a movement. This is about a specific individual who was accused of specific crimes, who a jury, thoroughly deliberated over and found him guilty of very serious charges. And ultimately, he's going to be held accountable for at least with one of these victims presented to this.
Yeah, now, Matt, and also would just like to say to both of you guys that a lot of times prosecutors will make a decision not to go forward with the prosecution and subject victims to that once there's a conviction somewhere else. But this is double trouble for Weinstein because they're hoping for an appeal and a reversal in the New York conviction. Now he's got to fight 2 on appeal, which makes it far more difficult for him. Not a good day, obviously, for Mr. Weinstein. But before we hit our break, I also want to touch on a topic a little bit more that we know about the University of Idaho murders. It's been over a month since 4 students were slain, and there is still no lead suspect in the case or suspect whatsoever from what we know. However, in a recent update, the Moscow Police Department reported that progress is being made in the search for a Hyundai Elantra that was seen in the immediate area of the house at about the time of the murders. As they continue to gather information on this car, guys, I want to know, Adante, first with you, do you think that they're getting any closer? Or, I mean, I've been watching these media accounts. As a former homicide prosecutor, I got to tell you, I'm a little concerned even how they're handling media management. It seems very dysfunctional, very contradictory. Do you believe they're any closer? And 2, are they going in different directions, these multiple law enforcement agencies?
Well, it does. I agree with you. I mean, coordination is key when you have multiple law enforcement agencies, and it doesn't appear to me like they have a certain target. It's as if they're releasing information almost willy-nilly. It doesn't appear to be terribly coordinated. At the same time, I hope for those victims, for the 4 victims, for their families and for that community that the police are getting closer to making an arrest. But I'm not gaining confidence from what I'm hearing so far come out of Idaho.
Yeah, and Matt, once again, I'll pick up on what he just said, Dante, that's my feeling too. Having been a former homicide prosecutor and giving press conferences, it's striking to me that multiple agencies are allowed to speak about a case, that they're talking and have to retrack and walk back, they're contradicting one another. And I know people want to call this a cold case, but look, we've all been in the business. There are times I've had them where they take 8, 9 months. Sometimes they're stubborn and they're sticky to solve. But what are your thoughts here? Because this department does not have a lengthy history of handling murder cases. You have multiple agencies, and I can assure you from having been there on the ground, data management becomes a problem. Thoughts?
Well, Bob, as you know, number one, that some of the most important investigative work happens immediately after the crime is discovered. You know, initial work in the moments and hours and maybe days after this incident occurred, that's crucial. And frankly, from the very beginning of this, I thought that the Moscow Police Department was in over their head. You know, now they have a lot of personnel. They have the state of Idaho, the FBI, but that crucial time when you need your best detective work done, I think that time passed without the best possible people having their eyes on this investigation.
Guys, I was at a function on Friday, and myself and a former team of my homicide prosecutors were like, gosh, we'd love to go out there, because I'm telling you for a fact, when you have multiple law enforcement agencies, they don't always play well in the sandbox. There's coveting of information. There's a failure to cross-section information. I suspect that this is an issue. Of course, it's only based on my experience, not the particulars of this case. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back with more on the other end. Please stay with us. welcome back to the Law&Crime Trial Network. The jury, as we know, is deliberating a sentence for the former Fort Worth police officer guilty of manslaughter. Aaron Dean found guilty of shooting Atatiana Jefferson to death in her home. A neighbor saw Jefferson's door open and called the police for a welfare check, prosecutors say. Dean did not identify himself as a police officer before firing his weapon. So let's take a listen to some testimony that came out during the case of Aaron Dean's sister, and we'll talk to our great guests on the other end.
So my mom's already told you the story about him being willing to get me whatever stuffed animal I wanted when I napped, which she said I was 2, but that continued further into my childhood than that. I remember, because I can remember it, I remember being upset that I had to go take a nap while the rest of my siblings got to play, and so to console me, Aaron would bring me, again, whatever stuffed animal, however many I wanted. For my nap time. I also remember in the summer we would go see my grandparents who lived in Reno every year, and they had property and they had horses, and Aaron would take me horseback riding every year when we were out there.
So you had pretty good memories growing up?
Yes.
How long have you been a police officer?
7 years.
So were you actually a police officer before Aaron?
Yes.
Became a police officer?
Yes.
What kind of guy is Aaron?
Hardworking, humble, caring. You've heard already from my family that he has a lot of projects, and he does. He has a lot of different interests and likes to do a lot of things. He's actually been in the process of helping me remodel my bathroom at my house, which is something he took on himself to do, and has ripped it down to studs, and we're in the process of rebuilding it.
You say and gave us an example of how he's hard working. You say he was humble also. Describe that to us.
I remember conversations when Aaron was going through the academy. Of course, I had already been through my academy by that time. I was an officer. And awareness that he was tackling a new field. It was very different from what he had done before. And that he did not know everything, and he knew he didn't know everything. And he was eager to learn every day. He was eager to get in there and learn what it was about.
Does Aaron have an ability to follow rules?
Yes.
Does he follow society's rules?
Absolutely.
As a component of the criminal justice system, do you feel like he'd be able to follow the rules that Judge Gallagher gives to him?
Absolutely. My family's already referred that he's, of course, followed his bond conditions for the last 3 years. But he would have no desire not to. I mean, he lives his life according to those rules anyway. That wouldn't be an issue for him.
You understand that while you may continue to be a police officer, that Aaron is done being a police officer?
I do.
You know, Dante, as a prosecutor, I would be concerned about this kind of testimony because I don't think the jury's going to come away saying that this officer went there intentionally to commit, a murder. Obviously, they came back with a manslaughter charge. There was recklessness that's involved in it. How powerful is a sister, a family member, a sister who is also a police officer in influencing the jury's mind? Obviously, the defense wanted to say, look, he could follow the rules of society. He's not a danger to the public, trying to move towards that probationary sentence. Thoughts?
Yeah, sure. I mean, look, she did what you would expect a big sister to do, okay? To come in and found policing later in life as a profession and didn't start off maybe like her wanting to be a police officer. But what I thought was very telling here in listening to her is she talked about how much he was giving and a hard worker and he was eager to learn. But why he found himself in this position is because he did not follow his training or the policies of the police department. Hey, drunk drivers drink drinks and they go and get behind the wheel. They don't start off wanting to kill somebody, but when they do, they have to be punished. It should be no different for this police officer.
Yeah, and I'll push back on that just a little bit, Matt, and I don't agree with that. I agree with you completely, actually. But the decision here is that the law says that the jury can come up with these varying different levels of punishment. So in your mind, how effective is this kind of witness towards the defense's goal of going to the lower end of the sentencing range?
Well, we've heard testimony from both the prosecution and the defense, as we've said earlier, that really paints a different picture of Aaron Dean. And so this jury is going to have to sift through the various testimony that we hear. Certainly his sister, who we just heard from, is a police officer. But, you know, you have to temper that with the fact that she's also his sister, and there's a certain bias there. You're gonna, whether you want to or not, whether you're a trained police officer, whether you've testified at times before in other cases, you're still going to have a certain bias. You don't want your brother to go to jail. And I think the jury is going to weigh that for what it is. This information is important. You know, the information from victims, the information from the family member, the defendant. Disinterested witnesses and the testimony that came from disinterested witnesses is probably the most crucial, not only in a guilt phase, but certainly in a sentencing phase as well.
Yeah, and it's very difficult in the sentencing phase to get quote unquote disinterested witnesses, but it's also balanced on the other side, because after the jury heard testimony from the defendant's sister, they moved along to the victim's sister. So let's hear what Ashley Carr had to say during her testimony.
I think the question about Amber had the first.
So my sister Amber, out of all four of us, is the first one to have children. So Zion was our first nephew. Yes, she did birth him, but he was our baby. I was the aunt that bought things. Tay was the aunt that played with the things that I bought.
Okay. And so was Atatiana, was she like a second mom to him?
Yes, as well. So he really had three moms.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you said she's the one that would actually play with him. Would she also make sure that he followed certain chores and responsibilities, things like that, especially when she was living there with him?
Yes, she believed that, structure is needed for children so that they can feel safe and know that, what's coming next. She had made him a schedule of what you're supposed to do in the morning and had it on the refrigerator.
I want to ask you about Zion specifically. Now that she is not in his life anymore and hasn't been over the last 3 years, has he had to go to counseling?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that.
Zion feels that this is his fault.
Why does he feel like it's his fault?
That he burnt the burgers that night, and if he didn't have burnt the burgers, the doors wouldn't have been open and the cops wouldn't have came. So it all goes back to him in an 8-year-old mind. And it's, when everyone is hurting around him, it was hard to console him, so we found help outside of us.
Was it difficult last week for him to testify?
Extremely.
After he testified, did he have some emotional reaction to this whole process?
Yes.
What?
So much so that he did not go to school for the next couple of days after that, so that we can make sure that he felt comfortable. He was having panic attacks, just outbursts. An 11-year-old can't express why you're frustrated and why you're mad.
Listen, I mean, this testimony from the sister is obviously riveting in and of itself, because she's talking about her sister and what a good person she was. But when you add to that about this 8-year-old boy that was there and now blames himself, which is such a natural reaction. We see that with adults in cases like this. We can only imagine what a child is like. That has got to have a major impact on the jury.
Absolutely. The thing is, when someone's life is taken, especially in a violent act like this unexpectedly, the ripple effects, not only through, the loss of that particular person, but all the people who love them, and in this situation, which is even more tragic, an 8-year-old boy who witnessed it, who feels the guilt of his, protector being killed. So, I think that does have a profound impact on the jury. The jury feels like they have to give some punishment, but at the same time, a lot of this case is a lightning rod because it's pitting police versus people who are saying defund the police, or it's putting the thin blue line against those in the community who are fed up and tired of police aggression. So this case stands for more than just what happened as relates to the facts. And I think the jury verdict will partially reflect that as well.
So Matt, thoughts on the sister's testimony, but also if you could just give me an insight. This is a procedure where the jury comes back and then ultimately the judge sentences, which again, other than death penalty litigation, we're in most states not used to seeing that happen. It's usually the judge outright sentencing. Talk to me about any one of those issues. How'd the sister do? What do you think about this process?
Well, this process, frankly, seems to be a bit redundant to me. I mean, obviously, they make a recommendation to the judge. The judge has the ultimate authority to make a decision. I'm not really sure how having this additional testimony before a jury and a jury making a recommendation, adds to the criminal justice system or the workings of the criminal justice. I mean, this testimony that we just heard is so riveting, and it really brings home the tragedy. This was a situation where, this young man burnt hamburgers. They opened the doors. A neighbor who's calling for a welfare check ultimately turns into a police-involved shooting that takes the life of an innocent person in our own home. I mean, it's hard to really wrap your head around this whole thing when you think about how it progressed to the point that it did. And I think that the jury is going to consider that when it makes their recommendation to the court.
Dante, I didn't have a chance to ask you, what do you think about the process? And do you think there's a judge that I would assume the judge may have the ability to modify what the jury comes up with, but in a case like this, probably not likely. Thoughts?
Having been involved as a civil rights attorney in a lot of cases like this, but also as a supporter of victims who have found themselves in the shoes of Atatiana Jefferson or her family, I know that judges will put their thumb on the scale depending upon their bent or their view as it relates to policing and situations like this that occur. Once again, I don't think anyone thinks that Dean went there that day looking to shoot and kill somebody. However, when you avoid or disregard your policy and your training and you put yourself in situations like this, this is the outcome. And this is why police officers are trained particular ways in terms of how to approach a situation like this, so that you don't have someone who was completely innocent, someone who you were there supposed to protect, wind up being dead at the hands of your own gun.
Yeah, guys, thanks. Okay, listen, we're going to take a break, but don't go anywhere because we have the sentence of George Wagner IV that just came in yesterday after this. Please stay with us. right, we got another one on the plate that we were covering here, gavel to gavel at the Law and Crime Network. Yesterday, Ohio Judge Randy Deering handed down a life sentence to George Wagner IV. Wagner was found guilty of each of his criminal charges, including 8 counts of aggravated murder. What a case. The jury found that Wagner worked alongside his parents and brother to administer the killing of 7 members of the Roden family and Hannah Gilley. The state believes that these horrendous crimes were a scheme over a child custody dispute because of his brother Jake. Now Wagner will be behind bars for the rest of his life without the possibility of parole. Meanwhile, his brother Jake and his mother Angela both have pled guilty to save George from death row. It's such an interesting, strange thing about how they work these pleas out. We'll talk about that a little bit with our guest, but this isn't where this thing ends, because coming up in January, we'll have another trial for Billy Wagner, George's father, who also pleaded not guilty to the crimes. For now, let's go back to the end of yesterday's sentencing hearing and hear it for ourselves.
Mr. Wagner, is there any reason that you want to state as to why sentence should not be pronounced and imposed immediately in this matter? No. Is there anything that you wish to say on your own behalf, or any information you wish to provide in mitigation of punishment? No. Prior to imposing the sentence, the court wishes to make just 2 or 3 observations here. First of all, no sentence that the court may impose in this case would right the wrong that has been inflicted upon the victims and their families. Murder is an irreversible act. And although time may alleviate the pain of loss, it has not, obviously, at this point, and may never, but although it might at some point, it will not and cannot restore to the victims' families what was and what might have been had the lives of their loved ones not been unlawfully taken and cruelly taken on that night in April 2016. The court does find that these murders do constitute the worst form of the offense. They involve invasion of the victims' homes, and in 3 of the cases, invasion of their bedrooms or sleeping areas, places where the families, the persons involved, the victims involved, had lain down to sleep. In 2 of the homes, from the evidence, victims had infants in the bedrooms with them at the time. The law provides that upon the defendant serving the prison terms, the definite prison terms, and non-life prison terms imposed in counts 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 22. Those are all first-degree felonies. If he is released from prison upon the serving those terms in full, the law provides that he would be released on post-release control for a mandatory period of 5 years for each of those offenses, and would be supervised by the adult parole authority. And upon the defendant serving the prison terms imposed for the felonies in counts 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21, if he's released from prison upon serving those prison terms in full, he may be released upon optional post-release control for a period of up to 2 years if the parole board finds that his release on post-release control is necessary for him. Now, I'm going to advise him of the post-release control, although, of course, the overriding sentences of life imprisonment without parole.
Now, Matt, let me toss to you first on this, being a criminal defense lawyer and a former prosecutor. Give me your thoughts about anything that you find interesting about this twisty and turny case. I'm sure there's a lot of things, and certainly I don't believe that you would think that the sentencing was unexpected, but what are your thoughts?
Well, no, the sentencing was not unexpected. I mean, this was a horrific crime in which eight people were murdered in their sleep. Many of them, seven of them, all of the same family. So it was an incredibly horrendous crime, and the judge was taking no chances that the defendant would ever, George Wagner would ever get out of prison. 8 consecutive life without paroles, followed by 121 years. I mean, if I've ever heard of a foolproof sentence, that's it. I mean, there's no chance that George Wagner will ever see the light of day, unless, of course, he's successful on appeal and would be granted a new trial. But this sentence, based on the horrendous nature of this crime, certainly seems appropriate.
Dante, you kind of said before, and it struck me because I've used this in actual openings and closings, about the rippling effect that a crime has, any murder case. It's really quite extraordinary to everybody involved, including law enforcement and EMS. But this one is just, I don't think I've ever seen a murder case, the gravity of what the motive was to the over excessive carnage that was created here. What are your thoughts about this case?
It was grisly. The details, the manner in which people were killed, as you heard the judge, where they were killed, in their bedroom with other young kids present. I mean, these people knew no bounds and had no understanding of decency or respect for human life, all because supposedly they wanted to protect a human life. They went on a murderous rampage and left 8 people dead. And frankly, because of the deal that was struck, he's getting life in prison without parole versus a death penalty as a consequence for their murderous conduct. So on balance, I can only imagine, the heartache and the pain, not only of the families that were the victims, but also of everyone who loved them in the community and the people who had to respond to those grisly scenes with all that blood and gore. It's just a sad day for that family and for this victim.
Yeah, okay, gentlemen, well, that's all the time we have. It'll be very interesting to see how this impacts the next trial, whether they'll work out by way of plea, now that they've had a window into the prosecution's case. Guys, thank you very much. That's it for us. Stay tuned for our regularly scheduled program. I'll be back next week.
Everyone may be seated. Good afternoon. The jury has sent a note or given me notice that they have reached a verdict. Are both sides ready to receive the verdict?
State's ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready, Judge.
All right. Y'all did fabulous when we did the guilt-innocence verdict, okay? Same rules apply. I don't know what this verdict is. Can't have any emotions, all right? Let's bring them in. Everyone may be seated. Good afternoon. Juror number one, it's my understanding the jury has reached a verdict. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is it a unanimous verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Hand it please to Deputy Nicholson. Mr. Dean. Verdict reads, we the jury, having found the defendant Aaron York Dean guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the offense of manslaughter, assess his punishment at confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for 11 years, 10 months, 12 days. They do not assess a fine. And it is signed by the presiding juror. You may be seated. Thank you very much. Members of the jury, as we went through before, I'm going to call your juror number and ask you if this verdict is your individual verdict. Juror number one, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number three, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number four, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number six, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 9, is this your verdict? Juror number 14, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 15, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 21, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 31, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 32, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 37, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 38, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your verdict will be received and filed. Thank you very much. Mr. Gill, Mr. Brissett, is there any legal reason why sentence should not be pronounced?
No legal reason.
Mr. Dean, it's the jury having found you guilty of the offense of manslaughter and assessed this punishment. It's the order of the court you be remanded to the custody of the sheriff, be delivered to the director of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice to serve your sentence as required by law. You will receive credit for all the time that you have served in custody on this case from the date of your original arrest up until today, which would be the date of sentence. You have the right to appeal the jury's decision. You do so by giving written notice of appeal to the Second Court of Appeals here in Fort Worth within 30 days. If you are indigent and cannot afford a lawyer, I would conduct an indigency hearing to determine if you are indigent. And if you are indigent, I would appoint a lawyer to represent you on appeal and provide you a record of this appeal of this trial at no cost. Mr. Gill, Mr. Brissett, if y'all will remain on his case pending his decision whether he wishes to appeal, and if you'll furnish the information for the trial court certification of appeal before you leave here today, I would appreciate it. Is there an allocution?
There is.
You may be seated. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Would you want a microphone or you feel fine? You need some water?
If you want some water. Want some water?
I'll take a microphone.
She'll take a microphone.
Okay. whenever you're ready.
But she would shine to light the path of others. But now that you saw fit to take her from this undesirable world, thinking her light would leave with her. That's what you thought. But I want you to go to your cell knowing that her light is only transferred. Instead of lighting rooms she entered, her light is brighter and warmer, just as the sun. And now, she lights the world. So what I'm saying is, Aaron D., you ain't stopped nothing. You ain't stopped nothing. I'm sorry I wasted water.
It's okay.
So I'm here to read a statement from my sister first, Amber, who's currently in the hospital. Atatiana was a special super duper helper. She made a way out of no way. She was my shoulder I leaned on and depend on her. She was Zion's auntie. He really loved her because they were so much alike. She was my inspiration. Even when she really didn't have the time to help, she seemed to make a way to do so. She was very informative about the world events. I'm going to miss that about her. She was so hilarious. She joked all the time until our bellies began to hurt. No amount of sentencing would make me feel as though we received some type of justice. Atatiana should still be here. She had big dreams and goals. Zion now feels he is responsible to fill the whole role of his aunt, and he has the weight of the world on his shoulders. Because of this, Zion will have a lifetime of needs. Despite his needs, he will become successful. He will become a successful young man the way that his Aunt Tay would want him to be. Waiting these 3 years have not been easy. My panic attacks have brought me to the hospital multiple times. actually flatlining 4 times. Mr. Deem had no remorse, and you could tell by his demeanor throughout the whole court process. The only time we saw a difference is when the verdict was read, and at that time, he looked shocked. My family and I still see this as murder. He came out to do so. Murder was on his mind. Amber Carr. And for me, my sister Atatiana was amazing, is amazing. My heart breaks daily knowing that my family and the world lost a beautiful ray of sunshine. My sister did not do anything wrong. She was in her home, which should have been the safest place for her to be, and yet turned out to be the most dangerous. She was murdered, and as her big sister, I live every day with the pain that I could not do my job and protect her. I want you to know that we had plans, Aaron Dean, Atatiana and I. New Orleans was supposed to be for her birthday in 2019. We had more concerts to go to, auntie outings with our nephews. I wanted to cheer her on during her long nights of studying for medical school and be an even louder cheerer when she was at her white coat ceremony. I wanted to watch her grow into the successful doctor, making a difference in other people's lives. But I've lost her. We've lost her. She was a beautiful flower just starting to bloom, and she was cut down senselessly. I stand here today on behalf of my mother, who spent her last days on earth overcome with grief and sorrow. I remember when my mother was happy to have the home for her children where they'll be safe, and that their happiness was violated when my sister, her baby, was murdered in the same place. I made funeral plans for my sister from my mother's bedside, but in the funeral that she was too sick to even attend. My love for my sister and my grief could never fit into this short statement, but I hope it gave you a glimpse of what we have lost. I have not looked forward to this opportunity of addressing you this year. My thoughts have been preoccupied by my sister and the chaos in our family your actions have caused. When my thoughts do go to you and your family, there was a tinge of jealousy. You see, you get to still see them. But now I just feel pity. It took a year or two to get to pity. It was anger and rage at first. I wanted you to suffer the way we are suffering, the way I suffer. I have loathed the idea of you with your family during the holiday seasons for the last 3 years. Today I have just arrived at pity, not because of the punishment you have received from your crime. You and I both know that that is insufficient. I pity your ignorance. You do not know enough to be ashamed. You're not self-aware enough to understand your responsibilities for this evil act. You are so puffed up and full of yourself that your excuses you made during all of this, you would never truly repent. You went into an American citizen's home because their doors were open, and you shot a black woman to death in front of an 8-year-old child. You've spent the last 3 years rehearsing your excuses. I hope you spend the rest of your life reliving this moment and discovering all the terrible decisions that you have made during this decision. Your service as a police officer is a permanent stain on the city of Fort Worth. Your 2 years as a cop marked as a low point as policing in Dallas-Fort Worth region. Your only legacy in this life will be the unrepentancy murder of my sister, and that will be the punishment you will truly have to face.
your prisoner, Sheriff. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I bet you never thought when you got that jury summons in the mail that you would be coming down to do this. Thank you for upholding the highest honor that you have to be civic, to your civic duty. I am going to ask you to retire back into the jury room for just a few minutes. I'll be back with some final instructions, but in your presence, my thanks to 4 people right there. I told you at the beginning of the trial that you would be impressed with the professionalism of the lawyers. I hope you are. They help do my duty and do my job a lot easier. With that, your service as jurors is concluded. Mr. Smith, anything else on behalf of the state?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Mr. Brissett, Mr. Gill?
No, Your Honor.
This case is concluded. Retire to your jury room. My thanks to everyone. We're adjourned.
Ashley called and she forgot to thank the jury. Thank you, but if you would convey that message.
I will do that. Very happy to do so.